African problems. Moderator and the participants, the other call for the leadership in these institutions for research revolutionization is the resource mobilization, but we may be forced not to forget that the English saying, which says that whoever pays the piper must dictate the tune, must not be forgotten. As we mobilize the resources, we must mobilize the resources and as well even follow the example of our leader from Equatorial Guinea, who was given mosques and he declined the mosques and wanted to have the schools, the hospitals instead. So the mobilization of this kind of resource as one of the leader roles to champion this research change must reflect on that saying now and again. Participants, the other issue we talk about is the restructuring of innovations. So once we are talking about innovation, you remember, colleagues, that there is the African disease. Because of this thinking of money always, the prototypes become products after a very long time. We have seen researchers cycling prototypes here and now because they are rotating this for the purposes of getting money rather than restructuring the innovations to come out into outputs of products that are aimed at solving African problems. So we must run away from this syndrome of prototype recycling and ensure that we have leaders that champion the structuring of innovation from prototype to products that are going to solve African problems. I have this to say, participants, that African problems are not so different from other developed economies. They also pass through this stage. So we know there are already innovations that we can copy, edit, and paste to be able to solve our own problems. We don't need to go and reinvent the wheel. Most of these things have already been here with us. And now the question will remain, what do we as leaders offer in this whole stage? Lastly, on the roles of leaders, colleagues, we are looking at external engagement and advocacy. And here we are saying that external environment we should be engaged in. When we talk normally about external engagement, very many of us think of Europe, America, China. No, we are talking about the community engagement. We must be ready to go search in the communities and help them draft the solutions so that we are able to move at unprecedented levels. When we look, for example, before COVID 2019 and the funding of World Health Organization, we look at USA was the biggest contributor and China was following suit. But the trends have now changed. USA may still be funding World Health Organization, but I wanted you to hear this when China was increasing the percentage of funding to the World Health Organization. Post-COVID China, I'm reading verbatim, post-COVID China has rapidly increased its formal, predictable funding, signaling a long-term commitment to expanding its influence within the World Health Organization. And my word I want us to be comfortable with there is the word influence. You see, the engagement we are talking about must give us this influence and be able to influence the communities in ensuring that we solve our own problems. So when we look at the bigger details of the vision setting, for us at Metropolitan International University, we have gone through that, and we look at now prompt decision making, and we have adopted the strategy of management by walking around. Some of these are tools that have been there, but as leaders hoping to change the research arena, we must be able to go through this. When we look at cultivating the enabling research culture and environment, as I had said, colleagues, at Metropolitan International University, we are no longer at this normally said phrase, government tuyambe. For us, we have adopted to partner with government and implement Vision 2040 in increasing the capital human development angle. So you see, we must change, and it must begin with the leaders. When we look at the issue of science adoption, we can see from that slide that this kind of collaboration has been increasing. And here we are looking at the consortium. We have that consortium of advanced research training in Africa that must be guiding the change of research in Africa, and the Pan-African University set up by the African Union to set the agenda for the Africa research arena. When we are looking at the structure of research innovation, we are looking at creating flexible organizational units, and we have empowered all our units at Metropolitan International University, and we have an open policy where you can access any officer at any time to help you with your journey of the research. We are looking at the advocacy as in detail. We are looking at collaborations in research, and also I also mentioned something about technological transfer. With that, we know that we are operating in the environment where most of these activities are hindered by some political climate. You remember, mostly there are always three areas where we need to boost our input as leaders. When we are implementing a policy like this transfer, research transformation, there are always 3 or 4 areas we need to concentrate on. And one of these is that we must look at the technical competence of researchers. That's one area, and I have no doubt we have that. But in Africa, you can see the stock of our PhDs, whom we call the researchers, is not there, is dwindling. Even the few are not practicing. So you can see that technically we have a challenge there. So we need to focus on that challenge. Secondly, we are looking at resources. The resources are not enough in Africa when we want to bring out these research innovations, and therefore that is also another hindrance. So the collaboration should be enhancing this kind of pillars so that we are able to move on. The other one, and the most challenging, is the political will. Most of these things we are talking about partnering with the government to work on Vision 2040, work on African Agenda 2063, but some people may be looking at that as a threat to have these kind of changes. So all these 3 pillars must work in unity to enforce the change we are looking for. And as I plan to conclude, colleagues, I want to attract you to these leaders must have, first of all, have the mindset change, understanding that the fundamental barrier to progress is often not a lack of time or resources, but the ineffective management of our collective cognitive landscape. That was the views of Nafuko 2019. This is particularly critical for the Generation Z, who must be guided to see that their greatest leverage point is not time management, but mind management colleagues. This journey requires an honest reckoning with our historical boundaries. You remember, when we have, for example, when we have the issue of Africa, how did Africa come up before I proceed, moderator and participants? Africa was Alkebrand. That was far in 200 BC and before. But a five-star general of the Roman Empire called Leo Scripio Africanus defeated the Hannibal War in 202 BC, which was in Central Africa, which we can call Central Africa today, is the man who baptized Arukebena Africanus. And this is how we come. So I'm talking about, as we prepare to change, then we need to think about all that. This is why I'm also bringing about the arbitrary borders imposed by colonialism often stand in stark opposition to deeper, more culturally resonant kingdomism boundaries, a tension that defines our post-colonial reality within the Commonwealth and beyond. This relationship presents us with a perpetual choice of the three Fs. We fight the system, we free ourselves from the influence, or we fit in, but fitting in to fight for our own developmental research ends. For innovation and research to genuinely solve society problems, they must be designed with an immediate understanding of these cultural and linguistic spheres, as culture is the very substrate that shapes all human development. As I conclude, dear participants and moderator, I want to attract you to the epistle of Paul to the Galatians. Here I read chapter 3, reading from verse 1. It reads, "Foolish Galatians, who bewitched you?" Now let us turn it to Africans. Who bewitched us, Africans? To the participants, who bewitched us, the participants? This rhetorical question challenges us to identify and break the spells of inferiority, dependency, and intellectual colonialism. It is a charge to liberate our minds, to master our cognitive processes, and to fiercely protect our continent if we are to have a meaningful research transformation. We extend our profound gratitude to all participants for accepting this invitation amidst your demanding schedules. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to the mental revolution and to answering the call for making Africa read Arukuberan great again. I thank you very much. Aruta continua. Thank you very much for the time and your participation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renote Julius. That's my boss, our Vice Chancellor, Metropolitan International University, who has taken us through the critical role of institutional leadership and research transformation, who has bewitched Africans. Thank you so much, Doctor, for such a wonderful presentation. The next here holds a PhD in educational administration from Moi University, Kenya. That was in 2009. A master's degree in educational administration from University of Western Africa, Paraton, And in 2005, he got his bachelor's degree in psychology from National University of Rwanda. Then recently, he serves as the Director of Quality Assurance at the Adventist University of Central Africa, Rwanda, a position he has held since May 2019. Prior to this, he was Director of Postgraduate Studies, Research and Consultancy at AUCA, and he also has held academic positions, including Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics for 8 years, lecturer and the Dean of Faculty of Social Science in Kigali Independent University for 5 years. This is none other than Professor Emmanuel Sieze, and also who is having a very strong background in curriculum development, program assessment, and pedagogy, having organized and facilitated numerous training, seminars, and workshops on quality assurance, competence-based pedagogical skills, and project management. Professor Munyamasoko has also been actively involved as an expert consultant for Higher Education Council of Rwanda, assessing various university programs and contributing to the advancement of higher education standards nationally. He has supervised over 100 undergraduate and postgraduate students across several universities in Rwanda and Kenya, and has collaborated on multiple research projects focusing on educational leadership, student entrepreneurship attitudes, and also academic performance. Fluent in Kinyarwanda, Kiswahili, French, and English, Professor Munyamasoko is a member of various academic journals and professional associations, including the Journal of Research, Innovations, and Implications in Education, and Journal of Interdiscourse Academia, JIDA. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Professor Emmanuel Sieze to take us through the supervision and the mentorship of postgraduate research and how can we do better. Karibu, Daktari.
Good morning, dear brothers and sisters on the platform. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Professor.
Yeah. Asante sana.
Good morning, Professor.
Yes, I'm honored to be on this platform, and I want to thank you once again. I was in your country yesterday, as I was just participating in the other conference. So I came tonight, and I'm privileged to be part also of this conference again. So to start with, I want to thank the Metropolitan International University that invited me to be part of this team of scholars and researchers. I want to thank the VC of the Metropolitan International University for what he said about the why. He talked about the why, the articulating the why and aligning resources. This reminds me about Newton Isaac. I do believe that all of you know Newton Isaac. Newton Isaac, one day he was having a shadow under an apple tree. Then he sees a fruit falling down, and he runs quickly to see his teacher. Then he told him that, "Sir, I've seen something strange. A fruit falls down." And then the teacher said, "Stupid, it is normal." But for Newton, it was not normal, because he asked himself why. Why the fruit did not take the opposite direction or goes horizontally. And from there, he discovered the law of gravity. And then another philosopher that we all know, Aristotle, based on this experience of Newton, wrote a book that he called Quid, or what, or in French, quoi. Then he said, the science starts with astonishment, and therefore, if we want to be scientists, we should be astonished. So that is why we need to ask ourselves, why do we need to do research? Why do we need to supervise and mentor our students? So you can proceed to the next slide. Yes, thank you so much. This is a scholar that even though she did not study a lot, but the SDA believes in her vision. Then she wrote that every teacher or supervisor should consider that they are under the most solemn obligation to watch for progress and integrity as one that must give account. Mentors should cultivate independent thoughts, character, and scholarly rigor in their mentees. Proceed. Yes, I heard as well the VC talking about the Bible. I believe also in the Bible, and as I'm working in the Christian university, I believe also in the Word of God. So I was reading this verse, Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9 to 10. It says, two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls under and has no one to help them up. Proceed. Next slide. Yes. This verse emphasizes the value of partnership, collaboration, and mutual support. It highlights that the individuals achieve more together than alone, and that support during challenges is essential. In life, when one person struggles, another can provide encouragement, guidance, or practical help. Without such support, setbacks can become much harder to overcome. So when you read clearly, or when you want to understand this verse, it shows us that our students, our graduates, they want always support from someone else with experience. That is why a philosopher, I do believe that it was Socrates, that all of you know, once or one day said that experience is the daughter of wisdom. So lecturers, professors, doctors who are experienced in research can help, can support their supervisees. Proceed with the next. In brief, Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9 to 10 captures the essence of why mentorship and supervision are crucial in postgraduate research. The verse underscores that collaborative guidance, support during challenges, and shared responsibility are key to helping students succeed academically, professionally, and personally. The mentor-student relationship is not just about instruction. It is about working alongside the student, ensuring they are helped up when they stumble. So it is obvious that our support is needed at any stage of research. Proceed. Now, I believe in scholars. When you see, for example, these scholars, you will see that they emphasize on mentorship. For example, the first one, he said that even experienced academic staff need support related to the research. This is key, as I mentioned, that people with experience, they can help those without experience so that they may become also experienced as we are. We've seen that, for example, I've been in this domain of education now more than 26 years at the university. But I started with the primary school, it was in the 1980s. Now we are in 2025, still in this area of education. So experienced academicians are required to support those who do not have experience. But this one, the other one said that mentoring provides psychological assistance in the workspace, which assists mentees to deal more effectively with role ambiguity, role conflict, and perceived uncertainty. So when you try to go back to your academic journey, you will see that doing research is not easy. It requires sacrifice, it requires money, it requires time. So we need support from someone else so that we may not get discouraged. Proceed to the next. Proceed. Yes, proceed. This is the same. Yeah, now this is normally the outline of my presentation. I started with the quotations, then I'm going to proceed with introduction. We are going to define what is a thesis supervision. We are going to define the mentorship in postgraduate research. We are going to talk about the importance of supervision and mentorship. Continue. Next, yes. We're going to talk about the current challenges in postgraduate supervision, strategies for better supervision and mentorship, role of mentorship beyond academic guidance. Then we are going to conclude our presentation. Please proceed. Yes. Now, when we are talking about supervision and mentorship, this is a key in all universities. We need to support our graduates, our students, especially master's students. So as you can see, guiding postgraduate students at master's and PhD levels is essential for their academic and professional success. As I said previously, no one can go alone. Yesterday, when I was in the conference at Space, is it Space? Yes, it is Spec Resort, Munyonyo. I do believe that the vice was there. Once they said that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. So postgraduate research is not only about producing new knowledge, but also about developing the skills, the discipline, and the independence needed to become a competent researcher. So at this heart of this process are supervision and mentorship, which is very crucial. I remember that normally, as they said in my biotech, I graduated from Moy for PhD, but I had the privilege to be supervised by two, one professor and one doctor who was a co-supervisor, but they were very supportive, enough supportive. And this inspired me that I need as well to support my supervisees. Continue, please, proceed. Yes, so you will see that when students or our postgraduates are not supported, there will be a consequence. The consequence is that there will be delay in completion, there will be dropouts, and then you will see that there will also be a problem for our institution. For example, you are sponsored by the university or by the government, but if you don't have, yes, sir. If you are not supported, it will be a challenge for your university or for the country that supported you so that you may continue your studies. And you know that we need qualified people. Because we say that there is...
Muruli Geoffrey, Muruli Godfrey, please switch off your microphone. Moderator, you help us. These people are switching on and the professor cannot proceed properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know that we say that there is no correlation between the competence and the qualification. First, qualification, and then the competence. How are we going to get people who are qualified if they are not well supervised so that they may complete their studies? So we as supervisees, we cannot help our students if we are not committed. So we need to be committed. We need to be supportive so that our supervisees may complete their studies. Proceed, please. Proceed. Yes. Now, the previous one. Yes. Now the question is, why is it so hard so that the student may not just complete? I remember one day I was studying at Baraton in Kenya. There was the DVCA, he was from Uganda. Then he told us that one day there was a doctor who was in Uganda. He was proud to say that he is the only doctor in Uganda. And then one day it seems that the president was aware. Then he called him and he said, I hear that you used to say that you are the only doctor in Uganda. Then he told him that you are useless. He told him that he could appreciate it if he could say that I've trained 10, 20, or 30 doctors. So you will see that many supervisors don't want their supervisees to complete their studies. This should not be what characterizes a scholar. Normally, a scholar wants to measure and support another one so that he may become also a doctor and support the university and the country as well. Proceed to the next slide, please. Yes, maybe you can rush. This was enough for the introduction. Yes, so when you define the thesis supervision, you will realize that thesis supervision is the process by which an experienced academic supervisor provides guidance, support, and oversight to a student throughout the planning, execution, and completion of a research project or thesis. So these are the key aspects of the thesis supervision. These are guidance and expertise. You as a supervisor, you have an experience. As you have the experience, you need to provide that experience and expertise to the one that you are supporting. Another one is feedback and evaluation. Sometimes I will just go back again with my experience. When I was completing my PhD, I submitted my thesis. Then the thesis was given to an external examiner. And that one spent 7 months without any feedback. In such a way that I managed to leave Rwanda and go to Kenya, and they went to my leaders, the dean, and told him that I want them to say that it is not possible for me to complete because it was too enough. That is what you will see. Some supervisors do not provide any feedback when they are supervising their students, which will just block or stop the student to progress. This is the feedback and evaluation, which is very important, and supervisees need to provide regular feedback. The third is motivation and mentorship. So you need support by motivating your supervisees so that they may proceed. In fact, when you are motivated, you can do miracles. But when you lack motivation especially from your supervisor, you cannot proceed. Then you will see that there is a need of ethical oversight. So there is ethical issues that we are facing. For example, the case of plagiarism. So you need to guide the student in terms of plagiarism. And I want to talk about plagiarism. Plagiarism, in a simple word, is a scientific cheating. So when students are not well supervised, they can just proceed with plagiarism, because when they will provide the information, you should know your supervisee and you should know his level. And as he proceed or he provides something that you think it is not his own ideas, you can just help him or request him to proceed with his own. Let us go to the next, please. That is mentorship. Mentorship also has some key aspects. These are, I think that we don't need to go through the definitions, but what we need to look at here are the key aspects of mentorship. The first one is guidance and knowledge transfer. So the mentors, they will share their practices, their expertise, and they will support the student who is doing research so that he may also develop, become someone who will be useful for his university, especially, and then the country, on the worldwide. Because as you know, when we are graduating, I like the way the chancellor says that you are given the power to go and read and do whatever pertain to this degree. This is what we are supposed to do to support our supervisees. So there is also emotional and professional support, which is needed by the student or the supervisees. They need career and network opportunities, as we will just need, like this one, we are networking. This is collaboration. We are learning from those who have experience. This is what normally we require to our supervisees so that they may participate in conferences. That is how we became just experienced person. Then we provide the role modeling and ethical development. Proceed to the next, please. Next slide. Yes, this is the importance of supervision and the mentorship. So I emphasize on the Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9. This will support what I'm going to say. So when we are talking about supervision and the mentorship, we want to know exactly, is it necessary? Is it needed? It is needed, yes, this is the answer, because it helps you to receive guidance on research, design, methodology, and writing. That is someone who is experienced, who will provide this guidance. We gain skills for critical thinking, problem solving, and independent research from the person who have a lot of experience, who is mentoring the supervisee. It builds the confidence and the resilience to face academic challenges. And then it helps to receive career advice, networking opportunities, and professional development. Next slide, please. Yes, this is about the role of supervisors supervisors, they have different roles. You know, we normally, each university has a document that will give the details, the guidance that will help both the supervisor and the student. But mine will just emphasize on the role of supervisors. The first role of supervisor is to provide a consistent feedback. This is what we normally see. When students often report, they report that they have limited or irregular guidance. So we need to guide the supervisees, our students. So there is expectations that students expect from us. As they know that we are more experienced, they need expectation for them to move forward. Then sometimes I think that this is not just to go to the next. I think this is not the correct slide. Go to the next slide, please. Yes. Yes, these are the roles of the supervisors. We normally know the supervisors, they have roles. The first one is to provide an environment that stimulates and encourage students to work independently. This is normally we are guiding, we are just helping the students to provide their own work, not working on their place. So that is why we have to encourage not to only stimulating them, but we need to make sure that they are doing their own work. We need also to provide guidance on the planning and execution of the research project. When we are just meeting our students, we request them or we ask them to provide at least a plan on how they will proceed with their research. Guide the student on ethical considerations on the intellectual property rights. Then advise the student on relevant conferences and peer review journals. For example, I've shared the link to one of my supervisees so that they may see what is going on. Create a network of collegiality so that learning takes place smoothly. Next, please. They need also emotional support. Then they need encouragement. They need the guidance in ethical research practices and publication. All these are the roles of the mentor or the supervisor. Next. Next slide. Yes. Now, oh, the previous one. Yes, these are the challenges, current challenges in postgraduate supervision. That is a slide that was that came previously. So there is inconsistent feedback. As I said, sometimes you provide, you give your work to your supervisor, then because sometimes supervisors are busy, they cannot provide the feedback as soon as possible. And yet the student want to proceed. There are different expectations. So they have expectation, maybe you are supporting a student who is not well shaped in research, then you can get discouraged. Then there is a lack of mentorship training because some even supervisors are not trained on how to mentor or on how to supervise. That is how, for example, here in our university, we have every Wednesday a seminar on how we can just conduct the research or how we can just support our students. Then there is stress and isolation. Sometimes, you know, that doing research is not easy. Today, with the situation where we are just, we needed to work, we needed to study. So it is stressful to combine both the study, both the job and even the home responsibilities. Go to the next slide, please. There is also little contact with supervisors. Sometimes, as I said previously, supervisors are so busy in such a way that they don't have time to look at the work of their supervisees. This will just block or just limit the progress of the student. Then, there is also different backgrounds. Some students, for example, they have the challenge in terms of, for example, age, but also in terms of language barrier. As you are aware, for example, in our country, we shifted from French to English. So some people, especially those who are advanced in age, they are struggling in English. So you need to support them. You need to know exactly that they have that is challenge of background and support them accordingly. Then there are people without with limited such skills. This one also they need support from the supervisors. Next, please. Next. Yes. I think that this is the same as the previous, but here we need to make sure that as we are appointed as supervisors, we need to make sure that we are both teachers and guides. This will help in offering academic help and emotional support to the student. Then we need to be flexible. I remember that when I was doing my research at the PhD level, I could meet with my supervisor, Professor Sarem, that I salute, and I could meet him in a hotel, and he was the one to even buy tea. Said, you are a student, I'm a lecturer at the university, there is no need for you to buy. So I could meet him anywhere, then he could just provide guidance. I appreciated this one. Giving feedback, as I said, we need to provide feedback to our students so that they may proceed and continue. Then there is encouraging teamwork, and as we work as a team, it is very supportive as we are supporting our students. Next, please. Next, yes. Now, these are the strategies for better supervision and mentorship. The first strategy that I taught is that we should establish clear expectations. We should define roles, we should define responsibilities and timelines from the outset. So when we have the policy, this policy will guide both the supervisor and the student because no one will accuse another one. That is why, for example, for our university, we have a form whereby when you meet the student, you will sign, and student will sign, so that there may not be someone who will accuse another one to be the cause of his delay. So I want to comment that even other supervisors may have such kind of form whereby you may just have the progress, see the progress of the student. And this is helpful for both the supervisor, the student, and the university. When the student just delay in, for example, progressing or graduate, it will be an evidence that the root cause of this delay was due to this one, being the student or the supervisor. First, open communication. This will encourage honest dialogue and feedback, discuss research challenges, personal development, and professional growth or goal. Then integrate peer mentorship. These are the strategies that you can use when you are supervising. Then training for supervisors. We need, to go always ahead. And this reminds me the idea of Heraclitus. A scholar called Heraclitus said that there is nothing permanent in this world except a change. So as there are changes, we need also to be trained on how to embrace the changes that are on our way. So there is also another strategy, which is ongoing support. Use project management software, for example, these softwares that can help you to proceed, to progress. Next, please. These are the best practices that we can use when we are supporting our students. Research shows that the best supervisors and institutions, first, they agree on a clear expectation from the start. That is the policy that I was talking about. We should provide the policy on how you will be working. Hold the regular meetings and track progress. This is what I was talking about, the form that we have at our university. We need to train our supervisors. There is a focus on student needs while encouraging independence. There is a support, workshop, counseling. All these are the best practices that we can use if we want to support our students. Next, please. Yes. Now, this is the core of my presentation. How can we supervise and mentor postgraduate student better? This is the question.
Voice is not coming out clearly.
What? Yes, madam. Now, the question. The question is, I mentioned by Isaac Newton. How can we supervise our student, or how can we do better in our supervision? The first idea is that we need to set clear rules. There should be rules that both the student and the supervisor should follow and comply with. The next is to meet often and be available. You will see that I don't know the case of in your country, but what I've realized is that some supervisors are very busy in such a way that they cannot be able to meet their supervisees. So it is for me an advice that I can provide to meet often our supervisees so that they may tell us the problem that they are facing, guide, and then give freedom. So the students that we're supervising, they have their ideas. We are there to support them, but we are not supposed to work on their place. But it is a must for us to guide them. Number 4, support the person, not just the research. So when we are supporting the student, we limit their stress so that they may not think that they are alone, that they are with someone who will support them. Then another strategy is to train the supervisors. Supervisors also need to be trained because science progress. As you can see, we are in the world which is dynamic. We need also to be dynamic with this world. So they need also to get universal support. That is what I was talking about with our experience, whereby we have at least in a month, we have 3 Wednesdays in the afternoon, we have a seminar on how we can just proceed with research. And then create a community. Students need to share the ideas in groups on the seminars. So we invite them so that they may learn from those who have experience in research. Next, please. Now, I'm ending to my conclusion, and I was told that I was supposed to talk about 20 minutes. That is why I managed to make it very short. So as I conclude, can say that postgraduate supervision is about shaping the next generation of researchers and leaders. I really appreciate Dr. Adinote Julius, who was talking about this agenda, Africa agenda, and our vision. We have Vision 2050, where we will be Rwanda is just aspiring to be a best economy. Postgraduate supervision is about shaping the next generation of researchers and leaders, and the leaders will come from the scholars. When done well, it improves completion rates and research quality. Because you will see sometimes that when you did not supervise in a good way, your student will sign because you are rushing with the time. When neglected, it causes stress, many dropouts, and wasted resources, because those who were supposed to support the universities, because they did not complete, then it will be a problem for both the universities and the countries. So doing better means training supervisors, supporting students, and building a culture of mentorship. In brief, we can say that good supervision means clear rules, regular meetings, encouragement, trained supervisors, and strong university support. I submit. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Bless you.
Bless you, true. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daktari. Asante sana for such a wonderful presentation. Yeah. Yeah, karibu, karibu. Daktari has highlighted on several areas, but from his quote of Ecclesiastes 4, verse 9, chapter 4, verse 9 to 10, he said, two are better than one. But you also emphasized on the need for proper policy that can manage or guide a supervisor and a supervisee, plus regular meetings, and of course, university support. But one thing Professor also highlighted was where he gave himself as an example that his own professor at PhD level could meet him in a hotel and buy him tea, and not the student to buy the professor or the supervisor. This is a challenge to us. This is a challenge to us with the current world economic challenges and the temptations. Thank you so much, Daktari. I want to recognize the following who have also joined us in this conference. Welcome, Dr. Gobaraju from India. Welcome. Dr. Kipps from Chambogo University. Karibu sana. I also recognize the arrival of Dr. Munyanyebe from Kenya, who has also joined us. There is also Professor Hanene from Tunisia is with us. I want to welcome Mr. Peter from Texas, USA. Karibu sana. Namkaribisha, I welcome Dr. Kachiko from Kenya. I want to welcome also Dr. Zakari from Nigeria, plus Dr. Evie Josiah from Nigeria also. I also want to welcome Professor Maleki from Tunisia. I want to welcome Dr. Wilprod from Kavare University. Welcome so much, and we will be telling you all these members as they arrive, plus all ladies and gentlemen who are on this conference. Dr. Jackson from China has also joined us. We are progressing very well, and I know at the open time when we have discussions, we will discuss more. For now, I want to welcome another presenter who is going to give us capacity building for research in Africa, African universities. This is Dr. Musa Zakari, National Open University of Nigeria. Dr. Musa Zakari is a lecturer with the Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Management Sciences, and the National Open University of Nigeria. Dr. Musa obtained his PhD in public policy analysis, a master's of science degree, and a bachelor's degree in public administration from Nasarawa State University, Kef, Nigeria. That's where this university is found. He's also a member of numerous professional organizations, such as Teacher Registration Council of Nigeria. I request those whose microphones are on to mute them. Yeah, Doctor also comes as a member of Teacher Registration Council of Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Management. He's also a member of National Association of Public Administration Academics and Practitioners of Nigeria. He's also a member of National Association of Public Administrators and Academic Union of Research Institute. He is a prize winner of the same organization and the Senate's research grant. Dr. Musa has published many academic articles, both national and international journals. He has attended many conferences, both in his country and internationally. Let's welcome him to take us through this area as he starts off. Welcome, Doctor.
Good morning, the chairman.
Good morning, Doctor.
Members of the panel, my senior professors in the house, home and abroad, and my other colleagues here present. As has been introduced by the anchor of this conference, I'm Dr. Musa Zakari from National Open University of Nigeria. And the title of my paper is Capacity Building for Research in Africa Universities. And I am narrowing down my papers to National Open University of Nigeria in perspective. I think I'll be controlling the slide, or you allow me to share, or if you're sharing from there, sir.
I think you can share. It's okay, Prof.
Okay, Doctor. It's very well. It's welcome.
Okay. Okay, we'll begin with the background. Capacity building is central to knowledge production in higher education. And in order to promote this research capacity in Nigerian universities, or even Africa, we have an intervention agency. And like in Nigeria, we have what we call the TED Fund, Tertiary Institution Intervention Fund, that intervene, and this is due to inadequate funding, weak infrastructure, heavy teaching load among lecturers. And the National Open University of Nigeria, being an ODL, Open and Distance Learning Institute, present a unique case for examining how this capacity building initiative influence academic research productivity. Our statement of problem for this paper is that looking at African universities, which struggle so much with so many systematic challenges, such as low funding, poor infrastructure, mentorship gap, and higher teaching burden, like the previous presenter have said about the mentorship gap. And he also concluded by saying that without training, without capacity building, the supervisor will not even have the knowledge, the expertise, the experience to put our postgraduate students through. And that is the basis for this particular paper, how we can build capacity among our supervisors. And National Open University, despite its research policy, because we have what we call a strong research policy, guided by a very renowned experienced expertise, faced with limited empirical study, evaluating this impact of this capacity building initiative on productivities is what is center of this particular paper. So the problem is therefore is to determine whether these interventions has significantly improved our research output among academic staff in the selected case study. We have 3 research questions that this study seeks to address. And the first one is to ascertain the extent to which research grant, which is the basis for capacity building, has enhanced academic productivity. How does access to research infrastructure and digital resource affect this productivity? What is the effect of training and workshop on research methodology and publication output among our academic staff at now? And the research objectives is the statement form of the research questions I've earlier mentioned. The significance of this study is to inform policymakers, administrators, academics. It also provides empirical evidence on effective capacity building interventions, guiding resource allocations, infrastructural development, training, investment. And the finding will inform non-strategic planning, improve research culture, contribute to debate on strengthening African university and capacity knowledge for the next generation. So it is all about seeing how this particular capacity building can improve research and development, and being that most of the developing nations around the world re-involve themselves with the research. And without this capacity building, those who are supposed to be mentoring, those who are supposed to guide the new generational researchers will not have the opportunity to do that. As the previous presenter also said, he said you must be upgrading yourself because we are living in a contemporary society. We are living in what we call a jet age, the computer system. And so therefore, there is a need for continual training and retraining. And that is the essence of capacity building, and especially that has to do with research. So we have conceptualized some concepts as far as this study is concerned, concepts such as the research grants, which is also part of the variables of this study. We also consider infrastructure, capacity building initiative, and so on and so forth. And some studies were also reviewed. Most especially, we review studies across African scholars because some of the mistake we do when we are reviewing this thing, we don't take peculiarity of African scholars when we are reviewing, including even some people who have even contributed to your work. You need to acknowledge them. Try to cite some of the work they did related to the area you are carrying out the study. And we also review some of their work, and some gaps were identified. Existing study focus on mentorship, public health, social sciences across Africa, but often there are few who have actually looked at the capacity building, especially that has to do with African society or African universities, especially the area which I'm covering, which is the National Open University of Nigeria. So specifically, there's no study that were conducted regarding to this area of capacity building. And this study now will now fill the research gap by creating a knowledge that will enable some stakeholders to take advantage and improve in the service delivery. In the course of this paper, we have to introduce a theoretical framework that will guide the study. And the theory adopted here is capacity development theory. And this was provided by Morgan in 2006, and which is view capacity as a collective ability to perform, adapt, and sustained over time. It integrates organizational, systematic, contextual dynamic or dimensions, and this theory suit this study by analyzing both individual level training, institutional structure that foster long-term research sustainability. So this theory actually gives us a broad perspective on the way to see that capacity building should be incorporated into individual training. Institutional structure, it should be a structure that institutions or African society should build on and see how they can sustain this long-term research sustainability. As we say, research is development. Without research, there's no development. Now, let me quickly go to my research methods. And the design used in this study, it integrates both survey and documentary research. And this means that we have to get a kind of a field, go to the field and get the staff perceptions on how this capacity building have enhanced their productivity when he comes to research output. And we also have to look at some of the number of training they have received and how it have enhanced their output when it comes to research. And documentary were used to complement this survey, or what we call the perceptions of the staff at the National Open University, which is our case study. We mirror it down to that. And the population of the study is 1,550 academic staff, principal research administrators at now. And this includes 1,480 lecturers, 70 administrators. And these administrators consist of, because in National Open University, we have what we call the Directorate of Research Administration, DRA. And these are responsible for capacity building for lecturers, sponsoring publications, sponsoring conferences, and we also have ST&D, Staff Training and Development Directorate also, who complement the effort of the DRA in seeing that staffs get capacity building in workshops, seminar, conferences like the one I'm attending currently. Now, the sampling, we used Aroyamani because that population was so large, and it will be impossible, although sometimes it's possible, but due to the nature of the research, which is like a personal research, this is not industrial research or a research that is sponsored by TED Fund or is sponsored by a big organization. This is like a personal research. Therefore, we need to reduce the population size so that we should be able to have a what we call a unique result at the end of the day. And the sample size of this study is 318 respondents, and stratified random sampling techniques was used because we have different population representatives, and we mention academic staff and the administrators of those area we are carrying out. And so each of these people have to be also given questionnaire. So method of data analysis, these data were collected, and there's a need for us to analyze this data. Remember that any data that is not analyzed, it cannot come out with what we call a valid conclusion. Yes, it is established that a scientific research should be analyzed, because if you do not analyze that data, it means you are only assuming. So assumptions is not a basis in research. And therefore, that's the reason we employ SPSS, Statistical Package for Social Sciences. And the one we use particularly is Person Product Movement Correlations. to test the hypothesis at 5% level of significance. And the method is just for us to determine the relationship between the training they have received, the infrastructure available for them, and the grants that aid their business. So all these things are part of capacity building in the research productivity. So data were presented, as we have said, and the findings from the results, it was revealed that significant positive effects of grants, infrastructure, and training on research productivities were established. And there is access to infrastructure, which shows a stronger impact. That is to say, in the process of carrying out this capacity building, the institutions have provided enabling environment, infrastructure. For instance, when you come to National Open University, you will see a very big and established, well-furnished computer-based system, and where every participant have opportunity to contribute. And at the same time, the university have also established a very robust conference center that is one of the best when it comes to conference centers academics. So that particular have made this so anywhere you are sitting, you can be able to understand whatever that is going on in that particular hall. So that infrastructure alone has given a sense of belonging to most of the participants who always come for capacity building training in National Open University. And most of the government institutions are coming there because of that infrastructure that were provided by the management of National Open University. We have other universities that also are coming around from all over the Nigeria. So in conclusion, the study concluded that capacity building interventions, grants, infrastructure, training have positively enhanced research productivities at National Open University. And it is advised that sustained institutional support is crucial for strengthening this research culture. There's also need to be more proactive in the investment in infrastructure. Continued training are also vital for advancing Nigerian global competitiveness, as well as African in general in higher education research. Also, we recommended that now an African university should expand research funding opportunity, because we have seen it over time that because of the low motivations of lecturers and the demanding for lecturers to publish their work, there is a need to fund research. There's a need to fund research so that those research at the end of the day can be commercialized. I don't see a reason why a science-based and technological-based research should not be commercialized. It is the commercializations that bring out the products of your research. So the Chinas, the Taiwan, and all those developed nations, it is the product of their research. We're even told that right from the practical, the student practical, a tangible product is coming out from their research. But here in Africa, our research is being dumped. We are not converting it to any tangible resources. And that is really, really a problem. So African University must use the three tripartite nexus of academic to industries. Academic to industries must be adhered to. You cannot continue to be spending money on research without any output. So this training and capacity should be able to expose the researchers on how they can convert this research into output. I think with this, I've come to the end of these presentations. Thank you for listening and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musa Zakari from Nigeria, who has highlighted so many areas, but he has said research is your product. He also inclines his closing remarks to the question of who bewitched Africans. Why do we find our researchers damned, unlike other countries where these researchers become products of the researchers and they even make money out of it? Thank you so much, Dr. Musa. We are proceeding, but I also want to recognize other friends and professors who have joined us. We have a correction on Professor Dr. Kibbs Muhanguzi. Aria said he comes from Chambogo, but he has corrected me. He comes from the College of Economics and Business Management, Makerere University, but he was formerly a lecturer at Chambogo University. He has really appreciated what's going on. Then I welcome Dr. Kato, the Vice Chancellor of Avias International University. You are most welcome. I welcome Professor Kasenene, one of our professors from Metropolitan International University. You are most welcome. And I also welcome Mr. Ephraim Apex. Ephraim is coming from Apex International University. You are most welcome. We are going with our presentations, and I'm happy that all presenters are managing time very well. I request that some of the questions that are coming on our message segment can be responded there, because maybe we may not mention all of them during our open discussions. Thank you, Dr. Renaute, because I see you have been answering some of them as they come on the messages. I now want to bring to you another professor, Professor Malek Kochlev. Malek Kochlev is currently the Director General of International Cooperation, Ministry of Education and Scientific Research, Tunisia. He also supports universities and research structures in their international activities and represents the sector at the international level. Mr. Kochlev is a seasoned manager with expertise in international relations, international education, and science diplomacy. He holds a bachelor's degree in public law from the University of Tunisia, El Mana, and graduated in 2021 from the National Defense Institute. He was appointed Knight of the National Order of Merit in Education and Science in 2020. He is coming to speak about strategies for enhancing internationalization of higher education and scientific research Let's welcome Professor Malek Kochlev. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Allow me first to tell you that I am very happy to be here with you today in this conversation. And I'm very pleased also to see an important attendance from different parts of Africa and elsewhere. So this is an opportunity to me to thank the Metropolitan International University for organizing this exchange. And through this kind of exchanges, also promoting international collaboration and supporting internationalization efforts, because part of the internationalization is also listening, interacting, engaging with international partners in order to, of course, integrate part of this shared knowledge and shared activities in what we are doing. This is, I won't have a presentation, a formal presentation, but I'll try to make use of the time allocated to share with you some perspectives on internationalization, why internationalization, how to do it, and maybe how to integrate strategies for internationalization. At the national levels, this is part of it, but also at institutional level, at the university level, and see how this is, of course, interrelated, and there should be connections and also coherence between what is national policy for internationalization of higher education and, of course, international or institutional approaches for internationalization at universities level. As I told you, this is not very academic, but I start anyway with at least a definition of what is internationalization. I believe it's important to know what we are talking about when dealing with internationalization, because there are many concepts, of course. Internationalization of higher education is not international cooperation, is not science diplomacy. It's a different thing. And if we look at what's going on regarding this topic now becoming a topic of research, we see many definitions of internationalization. My preferred one is the definition of Professor Hans de Witt, who is, of course, a renowned expert in this topic, and says that basically internationalization is an intentional process that is integrating international, intercultural, and global dimensions into what universities does, so into their purpose, into their functions, and their activities. And he says also that internationalization has different levels. It can be national, it can be regional, and also it can be institutional. What to take away from this definition, first of all, is the fact that internationalization should be intentional. That's the first key word. Intentional means that we are talking about approach that is not ad hoc, that is not opportunistic, but that's basically adopted within a nation or an institution in a strategic manner to take advantage of possibilities through internationalization to serve the purposes of the institution. So that's first part of it. Internationalization is not ad hoc, it should be strategic. Second thing that I believe is important when we are talking about internationalization is why doing it. It is important to consider internationalization not as a separate support function at the national level or at university, but it is integrated in the missions and purposes of the institution, which means the fact that we have an international department doesn't mean that we are doing internationalization. We do internationalization when we integrate the international global component in what we do. And universities and higher education systems, they have purposes, they have objectives to seek, which are delivering education, quality education, delivering research, and serving the community. So internationalization should be integrated in all of these missions and in the way we deliver them. So it's not separate. That's the concept. And it is, of course, different from the concept of international cooperation. That's two universities or two nations deciding to collaborate on a specific topic to to serve a common objective. So internationalization is wider. Now, of course, that's the conceptual part of it. Now we go back to the realities, and as Africans, I think we should be very pragmatic regarding internationalization. We should not be sort of having it like because there is a hype for internationalization, or because it's something that can be perceived positively outside the organization, but it should be really something that we consider.
Kampurira, mute your microphone. Sorry, Professor, for that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, let's mute.
Okay.
Continue.
So, yes. So I said that for us Africans, there should be, we should take consideration of our specificities. And there are continental specificities, but also regional and national and institutional specificities. When we are seeking to deliver or to an internationalization strategy, we should keep an eye on our specific situation. So there is no method that we can bring from outside to deliver internationalization. We should look at our own challenges, own realities, own constraints, but own strengths also, to build on that what we want to do with internationalization. If we look at the continental level, and all of the distinguished audience, I believe, is very much aware of this. We have a continent with plenty of opportunity. We have a continent in which youth are making let's say most of our populations are young. Middle age or median age in Africa is very low, which means that, of course, today there is an urgent need to support access and quality access to education, and tomorrow there will be also need to look for opportunities for this youth at job markets and wealth creation. So which is, of course, very specific to Africa. When we go to the north, they are, of course, they have the massification behind them. They are working not in order to promote wider access, but for more for quality. But for Africa, there is interest now that we look at our own challenges. I think the biggest challenge is still access to higher education, and levels of access to higher education in our continent are still very low compared to what they should be. In most countries, I don't know if I'm still connected. Please confirm.
Yes, you are connected. Someone is interrupting.
Yeah, okay, because I've seen a shared screen.
Let me remove this.
Yeah,
Someone is interrupting. But continue, Doctor, as we remove this screen.
All right. So I was saying that we have a tremendous challenge continentally in terms of access to quality higher education. Most of our youth don't find their way to university. We should recognize and acknowledge this situation in order to move to a different situation. And we should also acknowledge that efforts nationally are not enough. Levels of investment in higher education in Africa are still below what is requested. That's the case. I mean, there are differences between countries, etc. But that's the photography, let's say, in the continent. And there is pressing challenge really to transform this with more opportunities for higher education, but also more opportunities for quality and inclusiveness in our higher education systems. So this is a challenge, which means that this should be also a mission to African university systems and African universities to address this challenge. And internationalization, of course, can and need to be used to address this kind of challenges. There are also, when we look at the missions of university, there are challenges related to effectiveness, quality of research, but also funding of research, access to funding, to resources, to networks, etc. Internationalization should serve this, and mission to the society as a whole. Now, allow me to make to distinguish between approaches for national level, which is my job basically, and institutional level, and how this can be interrelated and can be put in coherence. Because of course, what a ministry like us, Tunisia Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, does for internationalization is different from what is being done at university, but both of them should be in a way coherent and linked by a strategic approach. Governments or ministries like my ministry, of course, need to make use of the internationalization in order to support their systems. And that's what government do usually is, of course, provide frameworks, policy frameworks, legal and regulatory framework that should be friendly to internationalization if we are opting to promote internationalization. So there is this layer, of course, of providing for policy and regulatory framework that incentivizes the system to be to integrate internationalization. Now, if we look at institutions, a university like you, there are many universities here. There is Metropolitan International University and many of them. I believe the approach should take in consideration what's being, of course, developed at the national level, but have an approach that is very specific also to the university. And that needs to be really integrated very well in the missions and the functions and the delivery in the university. That's why I believe for every university, internationalization should be a component of their own strategies, but also this should translate in how they deliver education, research, and service to the society. As Africans, also we should be aware of some challenges when dealing with international partners. As you know, today there is a fierce and big competition on talents at the global level, and sometimes international collaborations may lead to increasing or exacerbating some negative phenomena like brain drain. That's a big issue for the African continent, but I know specifically, for example, for Tunisia, that's something really important happening. Openness can lead also to a situation in which the pull factor from the north, from wealthy countries, makes it very attractive to talents to move outside. So systems also should consider ways also to prevent and integrate mechanisms to prevent brain drain when dealing with international partnerships, when of course in a context of internationalization. That's something I wish to tell you. For example, we look at in the northern countries, and we see that in many countries, the fact that they rely a lot on international mobility and international researchers. For example, if you go to Switzerland, you'll find out that in their research system, and specifically for PhD studies, close to 60% are international, are foreign PhD students. And this, of course, leads also to keeping some industrial leadership and in some areas, etc., based on this capacity to attract talent. And there are systems, of course, you know, countries that made the attractiveness to international researchers and students as national strategy and national policy. You can look at the UK, of course, or France, and many countries developing very, let's say, proactive, if not aggressive, strategies to attract talent. And now also we are seeing that the numbers of or the mobility of international students to the north specifically is still very high and increasing. Globally, the number of international mobile students increased fourfold in the last 25 years. Now we are about 8 million students. Most of them go to the preferred destinations like United States, like UK, like Australia, France, etc. And this can lead really, if not apprehended in a strategic fashion by the southern countries, can lead really to a phenomenon of brain drain. But also we can look at South-South and what's going on in our continent. And I think there are some interesting facts. For example, in some parts of our continent, and I believe you are aware of this, for example, in Western Africa, there are now trends in which there is the development of sort of international education hubs, and the students are moving a lot in a regional context. And the data of UNESCO show that African students are more mobile internationally than the average globally. That's the case. I mentioned Francophone Western Africa, but that's also the case in different parts of the world. In many of your universities, you are noticing that students now tend to move on a regional basis, but still the predominant aspect of mobility of student goes from south to north. That's the most of it. And combined with this, we are noticing also an increase in different models in delivering higher education. For example, what we call now transnational education, the fact that the providers move to different countries to deliver education, so providing a solution for access, but still keeping this education, let's say, or the delivery still is made by the providers from UK, from France, from those countries. So this is also developing a lot. These are things that are happening now. We see that the trends for internationalization and mobility of students and programs are still developing. That's the trend. But we see also at the international level a movement to some sort of creating recognized international platform or international framework favoring this internationalization. We can look at what's going on in UNESCO. Now there is global convention on the recognition of qualifications of higher education that is in force. Not many countries ratified, but it's in force since 2022. Since 20 countries joined, and now there are about 35 countries joining. And this platform, this convention, makes it easier for students to be mobile and for systems to be open to international students and to mobility. And we have also, and you are aware of this, of course, the regional conventions such as Addis Convention or the Arab States Convention under the umbrella of UNESCO Convention. So that's to say that at the global level, in spite of what we are noticing now regarding the protectionism, regarding some xenophobe policies, etc., but still internationalization is on a rising trend. People are moving, programs are moving, but also nations are adopting other forms of internationalization, such as internationalization at home. That's integrating also global aspects in local curriculum, local programs, but also local activities and practices within institutions and at the national level. So these are some consideration. I want just to keep it like this, not very formal. The idea is to stress on the fact that internationalization for nations, likewise for university, should be in a strategic approach, should be intentional, and should be designed to serve the purposes of higher education systems and of universities. So it should be integrated, not isolated as a separate function. That's first one. Second one, internationalization is now characterizing globally higher education, and the trend is evolving. And third one, of course, as Africans, first of all, we have to adopt very locally relevant approaches to internationalization. We need internationalization to respond to our specific challenges and needs. And most of all, that's to conclude with, we need as Africans really to be more proactive in South-South collaborations, and consider also internationalization as a possibility for us, like we are doing today, to engage between countries of the South in collaboration that serve our universities and systems, and that can make use of our huge potential of human capital in Africa. Also the complementarities we have, because there are complementarities between systems and at institutional level. And don't forget, I believe this is a key word for me, solidarity. As Africans, we should really adopt solidarity as a way of doing things. We are not intending as Africans to exacerbate brain drain between us, or to create tensions, or to attract aggressively human capital. But we need to really collaborate together to address our specific challenges for higher education in a way that responds, first of all, to African needs and African challenges. With this, I thank you very much for the attention, and I reiterate the fact that I am very, very happy to take part of this conversation, and thank, of course, again, Metropolitan University for this opportunity, and commend for this effort. And I hope that we'll be having also more opportunities to engage with our colleagues. From our side in Tunisia, we are very, very keen to develop collaborations and to develop partnerships in a spirit, as I told you, of complementarity and solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation from Tunisia. Dr. Malek has emphasized on so many areas, but he has said internationalization must be intentional. He has also highlighted that we need to integrate it as part of the programs, not to handle it as isolation, in isolation. But he also looked at local relevant approach to internationalization, basing on our problems we face as Africans. But he has made it louder that we should make use of the huge human capital that we have and enjoy as Africans. Imagine doing research and support our population in our findings. Then lastly, of course, he has talked about solidarity. We really appreciate for your presentation. I'm sure comments and discussions will come during our open discussions time, but also people can always send their messages on the message segment, and the Prof, when you see them and you are able to reply, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the arrival of Wasem Muhammad from India. Wasem Muhammad has joined us. Then there is also Dr. Ranjan from India also has joined us, is with us. Professor Muhindo Nazarias from Moon University, Mbeje University, and Nkuba Universities is also with us in these presentations. We are going on forward very well, but I want to also welcome and appreciate our alumni of Metropolitan International University students who are following us from different parts of this world, especially those from Sudan who have already reached me. You are most welcome, and thank you for joining us. I also recognize the master's class of Metropolitan International University students who are following us, plus the Dean of Students, Metropolitan International University. Thank you so much. It is now time to have a small commercial break, to have tea from wherever you are. Take time and have something so that we come back to proceed with our presentations. I'm sure we're managing time very well, and in the next 25 minutes, we will be back right here to proceed with our presentations. Those who are unmuting the microphones in the middle of our presentation, we request that you desist from that and also respect the presenters. Thank you so much for now. We allow ourselves to have 20 minutes break off for tea, then we will be right back here. Thank you. Yeah, those who have just joined, the silence is for break tea. People are out for small break tea, and the next few minutes we're going to be back to continue with our presentations. So keep locked, don't go away.
Yes, meanwhile, as we are still in our break, we are glad that some of our service providers have joined us. We have Madame Joy. She works with My School Research Card, and there are some of these people who are maintaining ethical conduct within our research. So we are going to give her like 5 to 7 minutes. Then she also talks to us meanwhile as the break gets done. Joy, you can take up the mantle.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Joy. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, you proceed.
Okay. My name is Joy Morin from My School Research. My School Research is an online platform that helps researchers evaluate and publish their research work. It also offers universities with collaboration tools, offers them with plagiarism tracking tools, and also peer reviewers. My School Research is the next level of modern day research because it gives researchers an opportunity to own their work. It secures their data and also offers them opportunity to collaborate with institutions globally on their journals. My School Research offers a digital content identifier. That's one of our tools, which is an advanced method of a DOI. With the digital content identifier, your research work can be protected and it can also be secured, and you would be provided with a URL that would make sure that work of yours does not get missing at any time. My School Research has a lot of value to offer to researchers, to universities, because it provides them with a database which they can use to track the progress of their research students. So what you do, the first step to take is for you to sign up to www.myschoolresearch.com. When you sign in, you could sign in as an independent researcher, a student, or a lecturer. So when you go through, you will get offered those tools. After you might have purchased the premium package, you would be exposed to tools that is going to help you make your research work easy. We have tools like the general content generation. We have proofreading tools that checks your grammar and error. It's a full and all-in-one project for research. Can anyone still hear me?
Yes, we are following you very well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, like I said, My School Research also offers the peer reviewer, where you could get to meet your peers across other universities to review your journal. You could get to meet people in your field, people with expertise to review your work and also contribute. This could be done anonymously or not. It depends on the package which you pick for yourself. And it also offers a student exchange program across institutions globally. So if you want to have a student exchange, maybe a course that you want to take on and study, My School Research gives you that opportunity. It unlocks a new level of education and makes research work even more easier. So let me say, for those who would want to find out more inquiry, you could email me at joy@myschoolresearch.com. Then I'll walk you through every process to make your research work more better and standardized. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nelson, another one? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Joy. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, but I would love Joy to repeat for me her email address.
My email address
My
is
email
myschoolresearch.org. joy@myschoolresearch.org.
Thank you,
Thank you
Joy.
so
But
much.
you can also go ahead and put a backup on the message segment for those who have not got it to also write from it under message.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to do that.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost getting back on session again, but we still have around 5 minutes. Meanwhile, this research conference has been organized by Metropolitan International University. In Metropolitan International University, we have our Journal of Laws. We have Metropolitan Journal of Engineering. These are different journals that you can access and benefit from them. Metropolitan Journal of Laws. We have Metropolitan Journal of Engineering and Information Systems. We have Metropolitan Journal of Academic Multidisciplinary Research. We also have a Metropolitan Journal of Business and Economics. We have Metropolitan Journal of Pedagogical Research. We have a Metropolitan Journal of Medical and Health Research. We have Metropolitan Journal of Social and Education Research. There is also Metropolitan Journal of Science and Technology. These are published monthly, indexed by ResearchGate, Google Scholar, and our journals have the DOIs. Currently, we are on volume 4, issue number 9. And in case you want to participate in this, in case you want to be part of this, you can send your manuscript to the following email: editor@miu.ac.ug, editor@miu.ac.ug, and you definitely become part of the history makers in our journals. I know Nelson will also write this email on our message segment for other members to get it properly to join the Metropolitan journals. Metropolitan International University has 3 campuses. Our main campus is in Kisoro. Then we also have Kampala campus. We also have Mbarara campus, where you can easily find our services, our academic programs in all those branches. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude our break tea, then we go back to our next we recognize the arrival or the joining of Dr. Sisi Virunji from Mercy Ministries. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Sisi, you are welcome. We also want to welcome Dr. Sorry, okay, I think I welcomed them already. This is Nasarias from Undeje and MIU and Kumba University. You are most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, our time for break is done. Now we want to proceed with our presentations, and also to remind you that this is a regional research conference organized by Metropolitan International University on the theme Innovative Research for Sustainable Development in the 21st Century, bridging the academic gap. Next on the presentation, we have the area of building a sustainable research culture in African universities, opportunities and the barriers. These are the areas that Professor Hanene Buish Romnun, the Vice President for Sustainability and Rankings, University of Tunisia, El Mana, is going to look into. Professor Hanene is a professor of medical informatics and biomedical engineering with a strong background for open science, sustainability, and rankings at the University of Tunisia, El Mana in Tunisia, and is known for her work in healthcare informatics, open science, and higher education sustainability. Key affiliations and roles: University of Tunisia, El Mana. In that university, she holds the position of a professor and vice president for open science, sustainability, and rankings. Then in the academia education, her profile lists her affiliation with the University of the West of England. This is Professor Hanen Bonshun Remunun, the Vice President of Sustainability and Rankings from the University of Tunis, El Mana in Tunisia. You are most welcome, Professor, and take us on.
Thank you, Edwin, for the introduction. I would like to start by thanking also the Metropolitan International University of Uganda for organizing this interesting and very well organized event. Particularly, I would like to give recognition to Nelson for coordinating this and for providing lots of support to us as speakers for planning this conference. And yes, I mean, let me share the presentation. So as it was mentioned by you today, the choice of the topic was actually made by our friend from Metropolitan University, which is building a sustainable research culture in African university opportunities and barriers. So I'm going to throw both of them today. And can I just remove the camera for better connection? I would like to start with a quotation about African research and future. And I would say that Africa thrives when research ignites innovation. Innovation drives progress, and progress honors the planet for generations to come. Here, I would like to mention that the heartbeat of Africa's future passes through its scientists, its innovators, and its commitment to sustainable growth. And this would open the context of my presentation, which is mainly related to research trends and barriers and opportunity. I think research is the engine of innovation and progress, and African universities face rising demand to deliver impact, an impact that responds to local needs at first, but is also evaluated globally, let's say by ranking and accreditation bodies, as a key, is considered actually as a key indicator for excellence. To achieve this, we need strong structures, we need clear incentives and a culture of collaboration. Let's not forget the digital dimension, which is vital since it connects institutions and strengthens Africans' voice in global research and sustainability. By looking at the results from previous Times Higher Education rankings, particularly the impact rankings, I guess most of you here are aware of this kind of global classification and evaluation. We can see that there is a kind of uneven interest to building a sustainable research with impact. We can see that there is really kind of below average participation from African university into these classifications and rankings. And this is actually is a challenge to us to be at the first stage for leadership in terms of research and sustainability, but could be also turned and considered as opportunity if we fully engaged and we work together across the continent to enhance strength, visibility, and to raise excellence and affirm Africa's role as a leader in sustainable or sustainability-driven research. Just mentioning how it works in terms of participating in these rankings. So you need to be a university that fully working on and engaged in the 4 dimensions of higher education productivity in terms of research, teaching, outreach to society, and also we have a good policy framework to allow stewardship and governance. We need to submit evidences about these aspects and how we are implementing them at university level. And I would like to recall the good results that has been achieved by our university, the University of Tunis Manar, in the latest results. So we've been ranked in the top 200, being interested and showing evidences of implementing the 17 SDGs, so fully implementing it. And as you can see, we are above world average for most of these SDGs. Particularly, we are ranked first in the gender equality, first in Africa, I mean, and the Arab world, but 13 at the world level. We can help a lot in terms of drafting policies and activities that is highly linked to gender and inclusion, but also we have lots of other aspects that we can learn from African countries, other African countries, but particularly the sub-Saharan African countries. There are many barriers, and actually to all of us in Africa, independently of the region, North, Central, and South parts of Africa. And as a selection, I would recall that African research today faces a major hurdles in terms of funding that is unstable. There are some career pathways that are weak, and we have too many talented research that leave the country. So the brain drain has been already mentioned by my colleague from the ministry, Mela Koshlev. Our university often lacks strong management systems and modern infrastructure. Also, there is low linking with industry and I mean global innovation hubs, which we could work on to enhance. However, if I would recall one main actually hardship or barrier to tackle at first step is the fact that our research effort is fragmented and our research network is fragmented, and we have weak adaptation to local contexts, and the limit which limits Africa's ability to collaborate on sustainability and position itself as a future global leader. We really lack very kind of robust integration between Northern, Central, and Southern Africa's region in terms of funding frameworks and research collaboration and governance. But if these kind of challenges are tackled, it could be turned into opportunities. And just recall on opportunities, I can elucidate some actual one, existing one. Like, for example, Africa is brimming with opportunities to lead in research and sustainability, thanks to our young, motivated human capital that is ready to innovate in most cases. And we can see from going through many drafted strategies for African countries, like 2030 and 2050 strategies, we are getting more aligned with national, or we're planning to get more aligned with national and global development goals, including the SDGs, while also digital technologies are making knowledge and collaboration more accessible for most of us and than ever before. I can also think about some of the opportunity related to international partnership and international collaboration, which creates avenues to share expertise. And there is growing support from donors, diaspora, and industry. Moreover, we have a unique potential for frugal, locally driven innovation that addresses real needs. If I would choose one particular opportunity to our context, and there is one, this opportunity can actually truly drive Africa's research and sustainability leadership. It is community engagement, since Africans are naturally community-oriented, and our university can harness this strength to create meaningful impact. By involving community directly, we can ensure that research addresses real local needs while generating data and insights that will fuel tomorrow's innovation. Actually, local knowledge is not just information, it is the foundation for the solutions that are sustainable, relevant, and transformative. Staying within the opportunities part, we need really to also consider funding as an opportunity, and there are a good variety of funding programs available to African countries. These are mainly classical funding opportunities such as the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and European Commission frameworks as well, UN agencies, but there are other frameworks that need to consider, such as the Gates Foundation, Spencer Foundation, and many other possibilities. In terms of opportunities, I wouldn't just elicitate the existing funding programs, but also the worldwide sustainability networks available for us to join in. Most of them are membership based, but I think most of them also are free for you to join in, and they offer lots of support, lots of encouragement to implement local projects with some funding. In particular, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is a UN network, is really, I would really highly recommend this for you to join in and to actually be part of the consortium and the people working on that network. Now moving to the case of University of Tunis Al Manar and how we are implementing sustainable research. And the focus today, I've chosen to concentrate more on renewable energy and the climate change aspect. We are actually implementing many projects that would help us to act as a hub for sustainable research and sustainable development in North Africa. But this is thanks to also to our international partners and to what we can get as international funding, because I guess as the case of many African countries, national funding is quite low for these projects, although sustainability is considered as one of the national priority for research and development. A particular and unique project that I really like to present to you is how we can use technologies, simulation and digital twin to enhance the implementation or to accelerate the implementation of solar energy farming in North Africa, in Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. But I know many other African country, particularly the central and southern parts, are also implementing these kinds of projects. Here, if we consider implementing solar energy farms as a driver to economic advancement and suggesting Africa to be as first importer of renewable energy in the future. It is a need for our context, but it is not, I mean, the uniqueness of this kind of projects when we tackle some aspects of barriers that are linked to maintainability of these solar panels. So we can import them to our countries and we can install them, but the maintainability is very difficult. We don't have the expertise to monitor functioning of these solar panels and to fix problems as soon as they arise. This is why we suggest to follow these problems from a distance or virtually using digital twins technology, and also connected robotics, which could deal with the preparing and cleaning those solars as often as needed. Another project that we are working on at the National Engineering School of Tunis with many African and international partners is the production of green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is promising renewable energy to mobilize and to provide electricity supply to many daily chores for our countries, such as transports and healthcare and many other sectors that are in high demand of electricity. But producing them might be problematic in itself and might need a high debit of energy supply. And this is why we think of using wind turbine and other renewable energy to facilitate and to augment this kind of production within our African context. Another project that is really adaptable to the African and the Tunisian context, which is related to both actually to energy and healthcare. I don't know if some of you know the pacemaker in cardiology, which is a small device that should be implanted in the heart of patient, and it is actually highly used and highly recommended to deal with many cardiac anomalies for many patients. And the percentage of people using these devices in Africa is increasing dramatically. A main challenge for this is how to renew the batteries of such devices once they are implanted into the patient's heart. And we thought of two cases. So one is more adapted to European context, which is we can always think on charging the battery from distance. So there are many research work on this aspect. But we thought for our African context, since we are more active people, so we really like to walk and we still moving around a lot. So we can think about a biomechanical way to charge these batteries while we are walking, running, or doing some physical activities. Again, we have in healthcare, we stay in the healthcare sector. We have a need in Tunisia and many African countries to provide electricity supply to hospitals, particularly in region where electricity cut happens frequently. So we are producing electricity as an alternative to the normal supply when cut happens, particularly in rural area in Tunisia. But I guess this is also for urban area in other countries in Africa. I mentioned about the source for funding of these projects, and mainly they are European frameworks, competitive framework that Tunisians are keen to apply for. I guess most of them are also open to African countries, either as full partners or associated partners, so they can always benefit from the results as associated partners. And I would like to name this Med-EcoShore project that is implemented at our National Engineering School, and funding comes from the Interreg European framework, which is helping also to provide an action plan, is 2030 action plan for the university to be or to achieve the net zero and the zero carbon print for our campus. This is also a requirement from most accreditation and rankings bodies. So projects like this could help a lot achieving excellence and meeting ultimate goals. From the food sector, we are actually working on a project, the Serat project, which has as aim to provide sustainable provision of school meals from local producers. So we expect it to have an impact on the health of students in rural areas, but also in their school achievement, and at the same time it has economic impact since it provide opportunities for local producers to open new aspects and markets. This is a project funded by Canadian framework, the CRDA. Just as a recommendation, so it's very of course, it's important to seek national funding and to because by design it is more aligned and adapted to local needs. But it is very important for us to collaborate with change makers in this field, in sustainability and research, because achieving impacts is not something as easy as before. The indicators has dramatically changed, and we need to collaborate at international level and with people who can provide both funding and expertise in these aspects. But of course, we need to lobby, let's say, with the diaspora, and we mentioned the brain drain. So this is a challenge, but it could be also turned into opportunities if these people who has left the country could continue to lobby for the benefit of African countries and research, mainly on creating thematics that are aligned with our local needs, but also state as leaders in the global scale. To conclude, Africa's potential in research, innovation and sustainable development is immense. And by strengthening networks, engaging communities and leveraging every opportunity from funding to local innovation, we can turn challenges into solutions. And I would like to finish with a call for action. Let us stand together as one hand for Africa, united across regions, disciplines, and communities to build a future where our knowledge, talent, and culture drive lasting impact, growth, and global leadership. And thank you for following. And this is a nice picture from Tunisia, just inviting you to visit Tunisia and to continue collaborating. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation, and also for inviting us. We are coming to Tunisia. Dr. Hanene, thank you so much. you have emphasized, Dr. has also emphasized the need for African unit, Africans to unite and do these research works to see that we come up with recommendations which can support sustainable research in the African culture and also especially in the African universities. We really appreciate and thank you so much for your presentations. More people will be talking to you on messages. If you have time, you can be replying them, but also we have the open discussion at the end of all presentations, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to welcome Dr. Kato Joshua Kimata, who is the Vice Chancellor, Evans International University, Uganda, to come and talk about regional applications of emerging technologies in African universities. Dr. Kimata holds a doctorate, a Doctor of Philosophy, that's PhD in Educational Management and Policy from Chambogo University in Uganda. His academic work focuses on organizational behavior, leadership, and educational development. Yes. And then Dr. Kimata has co-authored several peer-reviewed publications, primarily centered on higher education and institutional development. Notable studies include emotional intelligence and organizational commitment of lecturers at Chambogo University, the influence of institutional research culture on the research competence of lecturers at Chambogo University, and then there is validating the measures of emotional intelligence-based performance theory in the context of academic staff of Chambogo University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Kato Joshua to take us through the regional applications of emerging technologies in African universities. Daktari, karibu. Doctor, are you getting me? I hope Nelson, is Doctor already connected?
I think he's connected because I told me that he will be sharing his PowerPoint by himself. So I think maybe you can wait for him a bit. Then once he comes in, then see what to do, but be patient a bit.
Check on him, check on him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still going on with our regional research conference. And so far, so good. This has been organized by Metropolitan International University. And like I said earlier, for those who have just joined, Metropolitan International University is found in 3 different parts of this country. That is in Kampala at Namungona, near the Northern Pipers, where we have our Kampala campus. There is also Mbarara campus, plus Kisoro, our main campus. Metropolitan International University offers both undergraduate and postgraduate programs in all these campuses. And we encourage research. We give support to research, especially writing of journals. Notable journals that are existing at Metropolitan International University include Metropolitan Journal of Laws, Metropolitan Journal of Engineering and Information Systems, Metropolitan Journal of Business and Economics. There is also Metropolitan Journal of Academic and Applied Research. We have Metropolitan Journal of Medical and Health Research. There is Metropolitan Journal of Social and Educational Research. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Metropolitan Journal of Science and Technology. There is also information about this, that we do these publications monthly and expedited by ResearchGate, Google Scholar, and our journals have DOS. I want to think that Nelson is connecting with the doctor.
Yes, moderator, we can have Professor Muhimbo as well, like as we wait for Dr. Kato to prepare himself.
Thank you so much. Professor Muhimbo Nazarias Lukanyigira is a senior lecturer in marketing. He is the head of department and the chairman of the Academic Staff Association at Muni University in Arua. Professor Nazarias, who holds PhD, is a distinguished professor of business administration and is a seasoned academic researcher and corporate leader with over 2 decades of experience in higher education, strategic management, marketing, and public relations. Professor Nazarias currently serves in the Faculty of Management Science at Muni University, where he is also the Managing Director of Muni University Investment Company Limited, and then Chairman of the Academic Staff Association as the former Head of Department and Marketing and Logistics Management. In addition, he is the Research Coordinator at the Faculty of Business Administration and Management at Indeje University. Yeah, he was once my boss. His leadership spans faculty mentorship, institutional research, development, and strategic project implementation. Professor Lukanyagira's career is marked by a distinguished service in both academia and the corporate sector. He has served as Dean of School of Business Administration at Nkumba University, Head of Sales and Marketing at Uganda Clays Limited, Country Manager at Movit Productions Limited, and Manager for Research and Business Development at Posta Uganda. He has also held strategic roles in the international and national organizations, including Gangozu Dingsong Energy Group, Euroflex Limited, Cavalry University, and the Lukunjiri District Local Government. We now welcome him to come and take us through decolonization or decolonizing research and knowledge production in Africa. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You have said it all, and I don't need to go back to the introductions. And my topic actually is a continuation of all the other topics that have been presented. The theme is the same, and apart from maybe using the word decolonization, it is basically trying to integrate African research with the rest of the world. I think that would have been the best way to do it. But however, we need to understand that there is a fact we have been colonized, and therefore, unless we attack it directly and say we are decolonizing, then we shall not reach where we are going. I have given the session objectives. I'm not going to read them because, you know, we have limited time. I think someone wants me to see my face briefly, then I will remove it. Sorry, excuse me. I am using a borrowed computer. You will excuse me.
Yeah, as Dr. tries to connect to the camera, Rutreza,
Yes,
Joy, and Ruben, please remove your videos so that we give the presenter space to take us through. Joy, remove your video.
Aha, thank you very much. I don't want you to imagine that you are being taken through by a robot. This is the guy talking. So now, for purposes of having a proper network, you will allow me to remove the video, and then we concentrate on hearing. I will again bring it back when we are discussing. So thank you very much. I am beginning with a context, and I have called it the problem of epistemic dependency. I have begun with explaining epistemic dependency as the reliance of one group or society on another for knowledge, theories, and validation of truth. You can imagine even validation of truth, often resulting in limited intellectual autonomy. And our bigger problem as Africa is Eurocentric dominance. We think that everything that is European is right. So we have a thinking and we prioritize European perspectives, values, and knowledge systems as a universal standard, often marginalizing non-Western world views and ways of knowing in both theory, methods, and publishing. When I joined in, moderator, you were reading that Metropolitan International University has journals, very many journals. But I can assure you, people, you will find they are taking their work to the European journals, thinking that the Metropolitan University's journals are of poor quality, you can imagine. Yet, we peer review European journals, right? For example, I have around 5 European journals that I peer review. Even currently, I have around 10 articles that I'm reviewing. I am, again, the same person who would be reviewing for Metropolitan. So same reviewer, but the other journals are taken of high quality and the ones of Metropolitan are taken as poor quality. That is a very, very, very big challenge that we have. And unless we come out of it, then we shall remain colonized in terms of knowledge and even publishing. Then the other challenge is external funding and donor-driven agendas. Very few universities here, I think Metropolitan is a unique one, fund their research agendas. Like, as far as I am concerned, Metropolitan has organized all of us. I work for a public, I have worked for private universities as well, but very few universities come up with an idea that let us reserve some resources for the cause of research. We are waiting that all of us, we are being told or we are telling others, let us write grants. And until we get grants, that's when we can start driving our agendas. So unless we really reserve some funds internally, we shall have nowhere to start from. Then the other key issue is the language barriers, where we privilege English and French over our local languages. To be a tug of war, I think even in the Metropolitan journals, right in Uganda, we are going to Ruchiga, Runyankole, Rugbar. We shall start asking so many questions. There are few people, most especially, I remember there is an author in Kenya who decided that for him, and even in Nigeria, I will remember the names, perhaps share them with you. For them, they reached a time and said, we shall write in our own language in order to promote the local research perspectives. Currently, I am writing a book based on my father's experience on entrepreneurship. He gave me everything in Ruchiga Runyankole, but I am translating it in English in an effort to balance theory with practice. That the book, the original knowledge, is from an African man who doesn't even know English. So I may even disadvantage him from reading his own really research work. Then the other one is marginalization of indigenous knowledge. And of course, practices. I recall at one time in our village, there was a guy who was a very big expert in orthopedic, to an extent that he was at one time proud that an orthopedic from Kambuga Hospital got a problem and came to him, yet he had never gone to school. And you can imagine this was a consultant orthopedic going to a guy who treated him using indigenous knowledge. I can assure you that guy was my relative, but when I told my father that this guy has these tricks, I mean this knowledge of healing the broken legs and all that, he told me, no, that one is not Christian. You can imagine we did not preserve that knowledge. And the guy died later on at the age of 05. He was my grandfather. And for now, when we get broken legs in our family, now we go to other people. So we have a very big challenge. We are instead abusing our own indigenous knowledge and thinking only foreign knowledge is the one, and their practices are the ones. It is a caricature, which is not proper. So the consequences are a risk of dependency and loss of local agency, misaligned solutions that fail local realities, because if the solutions they are giving us have been tested in America, have been tested in the developed world, it may be practically impossible for them to work in our local setup. So there is a very huge gap there. So in a sense, this also results in weak knowledge sovereignty and policy uptake. Because we think our knowledge is weak, then we are not independent. We have to seek the colonizers, because this the theme is on decolonizing. We seek the attention of the colonizers to approve whether our knowledge is weak or it is the appropriate one. So we are recolonizing instead of decolonizing. Now, with that background, ladies and gentlemen, what is decolonizing research? And I have given these bullet points to determine, in my view, what decolonizing research means. One is challenging structural inequalities. Because we have, when I talk about structural inequalities, I am talking about the disparities in resources, opportunities, and these are embedded within our social, economic, and political institutions that disadvantage certain groups over others. So in knowledge production, we have these structural inequalities. I will give an example. There is a fund that has been given, earmarked for research, but it is being, originally it was for Makerere alone. Then if you want to join that, you would go to Makerere and apply. You would not allow it to become a principal investigator. Later on, they allowed other public universities to take some small portion. And they left out, yet the public universities is a small margin of the universities. If you look at the chartered universities now, compared even to the private universities and what they are doing, you will discover this fund perhaps would have been competed for all universities, such that they can all be able to take advantage of knowledge production. So this entitlement of public universities will not make them competitive, because they will continue publishing and not generating any new knowledge. The other one, yet our colonizers, for them, they look at these institutions as the same, and they normally support them almost equally. The second point is recentering African views, histories, and philosophies. We need completely, and also to gazette our African views without necessarily comparing them with the other world views. Our history, our philosophies need to be recentered, and they become a focal point of reference. We need to also value indigenous knowledge alongside scientific knowledge. I was reading a story recently that there are so many scientific applications that are being done today that originated in Africa. And these guys, our colonizers, just picked our knowledge, went and improved it, and we were able to move it. Because we did not patent it, it was not patented, so it remained in the public domain, and it was easily accessible. So we need to value our own indigenous knowledge. I am happy, like in the medical field, right now, there is a department for considering that. Now, what about in other fields? Why should our knowledge be taken as inferior to the other knowledge? Why don't we be able to value it and integrate it with the other existing scientific knowledge, so that when we compare, you might find we are even having a set of knowledge that is even better, or that can compete favorably on international standards. Then we need to ensure equity in authorship, funding, and agency settings. Now, there is a very big problem. Most universities here, people are writing for promotions, that I become associate professor and professor. And when you write, for example, in the Metropolitan Journal, these guys, the appointments and promotional committee, will tell you, that's not a reputable journal. And now you are wondering, the same point I began with. So we need to ensure equity in authorship, because our journals can also be on the same standard. And these universities, you will get surprised. I am not saying Metropolitan can do it, but it can also do it. It can disadvantage someone who has been publishing in their journal, and they tell him, you man, this is not a reputable journal, when he's seeking for promotion. That one now will even kill the already one step we are taking. So we need to ensure equity. Let us make our journals standard, and when we get scholars publishing in our journals, they are also highly regarded and respected. Now, why is decolonizing research a concern? Why does it matter? Number one is the relevance. We need to align research with our African realities and priorities, because studies done elsewhere may not be applicable to our situation. Number two is ownership. We need to strengthen African institutions and scholars. I can assure you, even me myself, I had to first write with the other foreign scholars for me to be regarded. But I am encouraging, and I have started on it in the scholarly world, that we need to strengthen our own institutions. Like I have gotten this information about the journals in a Metropolitan. I can assure you, I am going to give a reasonable number of articles to these institutions, to the institutional journals, so that we can strengthen our scholarly work in our own African institutions. And generally, when you look at my recent publications, I am encouraging my students, even myself, when I am writing, I am targeting African journals, such that we can strengthen our own institutions. And we have our own crop of scholars, whom even those who colonized us can look at and be able to reference. I am normally happy when someone from those countries cites my articles, and it is doable, we can do it. Then the other point is on equity, where we need to correct the imbalances in the global knowledge hierarchies. Let our knowledge for us compete favorably with the world, whether it is in Uganda, in Nigeria, or elsewhere. Let it be at the same level with the one in Italy, England, and etc. Then the other point is sustainability, where we have to provide solutions that are rooted in local context, because they are the ones which can endure much longer, because they are generated in the consideration of the local context. Therefore, they can be able to give local solutions. Now, the next slide talks about the approaches to decolonizing knowledge. How can we do it? Number one is the academic approaches. What do? We need a curriculum reform that includes African theorists and case studies. Under that, there is a lot of curriculum reforms now taking place, most especially in Uganda here, where I come from. The O-level curriculum has been reformed. The A-level curriculum still has a challenge. And now universities have a challenge because they are going to take on these students who are coming from these lower curriculums. So they need to prepare for that, so that by the time these students come, they can easily be integrated in the university format. Then the other point is language inclusion, where we need to publish even in our local languages. The other one is community-based participatory approach. Universities have a mandate on community engagement, and therefore the research we do, because there are people in the industry there who are doing things based on their knowledge. So we need to integrate their knowledge such that even the products we give them from our universities may be easily able to adopt. So in our curricula, that's why we need to engage these stakeholders and put them in. Then we need to value the oral traditions and storytelling. When I was growing up, I would sit around the fireplace with my grandmother, and she would tell me so many stories. And she would even earmark a hill, which up to now, I still believe that when you see rain on that hill, then it is going to fall. But when the clouds form and the rain does not go on that hill, then there is a challenge. I have not done a study related to that, but I can assure you, even when I am a professor and I am in a village, I still follow her tradition of knowing that rain starts from the other side. The other aspect is on institutional and structural approaches. And here I am talking about collaborative authorship with the local scholars, where I can write with the Reverend Godwin, with the Reuben, with the Nelson, and others. Then we also need to understand the South-South research approaches. This one I am talking about collaborative research initiatives between the developing countries, because we are the ones who are often referred to as the global South. Then, of course, we need also ESCO frameworks rooted in our own African values, and we need to open access to knowledge sharing on the African perspective. So what is the role of African universities? I am moving very quickly. I hope the moderator will give you time to allow me make some clarifications. And these slides will also remain with Nelson. He can share them on the university website or etc. For people to read through and be able to consult us whenever we are. So what is the role of African universities? They need to create African-led research agendas where maybe they can do some funding to that perspective. I think Metropolitan has already started, because when you look at the theme today, they are already encouraging African-led research agendas. We need to strengthen local publishing outlets and journals. Like I have told you, I am going to publish with the Metropolitan. I am already publishing with UMI, Kumba, and other local universities and African. There are some universities also I'm publishing in Kenya and etc. The universities also need to reward societal impact alongside publications, like for promotion now. I can assure you, almost 90% of African universities are rewarding publications. How much have you published? But they are not rewarding societal impact. And therefore, it is very, very, very important that even the people who have made an impact in the society should be rewarded. And if they are rewarded, then they will have promoted the societal impact as well. Then these universities need to build innovation hubs that are grounded in community needs. Not to bring the hub, but then you want to do foreign research and etc. I am also moving on to the role of policy and society. Here I am involving government where it has to give support to indigenous knowledge generation and integration. There is some part of it in Uganda here. I need to know from my colleagues from elsewhere what is happening. We need perhaps policies on promoting knowledge sovereignty. These ones can go all along, even with the international organizations as well. We need a funding mechanism that is independent of donor conditionalities, that you will rewrite, but this is your bias, where we can have our own conditions and be able to generate as much knowledge as possible. We need community engagement in setting research priorities, because some of the research we do may be relevant to us, but not relevant to the communities. Or sometimes we can do it because we are individualistic. Let me write as much as possible. I am promoted to a professor. That one satisfies me alone. It is not impacting the community. I am giving some few case snapshots of research that we can do, and I have selected around a few countries. In Uganda, we can do community participation in ecotourism and sustainable livelihoods. We can look at local language teaching in universities, because we have universities in different areas, like in Chisoro Metropolitan can look at Rufumbira. In South Africa, they can look at Ubuntu philosophy in ethics and government. They can look at decolonizing cultural movements. In Nigeria, they can look at indigenous agricultural practices in food security and research. I have given those examples, so if you are in a different country, you can look at what can be your area of emphasis. Even the examples I have given on these countries, it is not an exhaustive list. You can look at all of that. So I am about to end. Now I am giving practical tools for researchers, and one is manpower dynamics in funding and authorship. Two, where there is a high level of dynamism. I have already talked about funding that is not attached to conditionalities. Then we can use participatory action research approaches. We can publish in African journals and make it open access platforms. We can prioritize multilingual dissemination strategies. I want to end it as last but not least, by giving out the risks and mitigation, as we do decolonization, there are some risks, but I have given risks and how you can mitigate those risks. It does not come on a silver platter, because colonizers always want to colonize. So the moment you start decolonization, there will be some hurdles that you must overcome. And number one is the risk of tokenism. Where I have tried to explain it in my own words, the practice of only making a symbolic effort to include members of underrepresented or marginalized groups without giving them meaningful power, influence, or opportunities. Like in Uganda, we say the women are marginalized, then the disabled, then the youth, but we don't give them sufficient power. So I am saying we need to move beyond symbolic gestures to real structural change as a mitigation. Then there is a risk of isolation. These guys will stop funding our grants and all of that. So in order to mitigate that, we need to balance localization with the global collaboration, because we can invite them to partner with us in these our local research initiatives. There will automatically be a risk of resource constraints, and therefore on our own we can pool regional resources and networks, like now Metropolitan University, what it has done, pool resources in our own regional block. Then there will of course be resistance to change. That's where we need the advocacy, training, and incentives. A call to action now. We need to reframe research questions around African priorities. We need to build African-led journals, data repositories, and platform. We need to promote equitable partnerships with global institutions. And last but not least, we need to mentor the next generation of Africa scholars. I have given you questions that can allow you to understand my presentations. I thank you for listening to me and look forward for an opportunity to share with you more. I thank Metropolitan University in general and Nelson Kamugisha in particular for organizing this great conference. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nazarius. Asante sana. Professor Nazarius also knows some Kiswahili language, and when he mentioned, yeah, when he mentioned the multilingualism in his presentation, I remembered Metropolitan International University push for Kiswahili language, whereby they have now made it a common unit, which is being learned by everyone. This is good, and this is the direction we are taking. We really appreciate Professor has taken us in so many areas, but he has ended by saying African priorities. He has said, let us build African journals. Then he emphasized the issue of mentorship of the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of Africanism, building, enhancing, and supporting African researches and the productions, but also Professor has insisted on how can we get ways of financing our own production, so that when time comes and whoever is financing can isolate us, we don't find ourselves in a room where we cannot do more productions. Thank you so much, Professor. Now we want to continue. Then he has also welcomed any comments and questions. We can continue throwing them through the messages. I know he will be responding to some of them, but most importantly, he will be ready also during the open discussions to respond directly to our queries. I want to welcome Dr. Friday Christopher, the lecturer at Metropolitan International University and the Kampala International University. Okay. Nelson, is Dr. Kato now available? Maybe if Dr. Kato is now, Dr. Kato.
Yeah, Dr. Kato is available right now. We can have him then after that's when we shall have Dr. Kato.
Okay, then ladies and gentlemen, I'd already given you information about Dr. Kato. There he is. He's going to take us through the regional application of technologies in African universities. He is the Vice Chancellor of Avas International University in Uganda. Welcome, Doctor, and take us through.
Thank you so much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, for purposes of viewing the face, allow me give you the opportunity. Then later on, because of network problem, I will have to disappear for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you are able to view. Mr. Moderator, hope you are able to view the presentation.
Yes, Doctor, we are able to see your screen. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Regional application of technologies in African universities. Members, this is going to be a brief but enriching presentation that will be organized as follows. We shall define technological applications, and then we shall be guided by a model that expounds about technological application, especially in fulfilling the core mandate of teaching in a higher education setting. Then we shall look at the status of technological application across African university, a brief snapshot. Then the presentation will put forward 6 practical steps that we can do in order to promote technological application in African universities. Chair, moderator, and members, when we say technological application, we are meaning the implementation of technological tools, of technological system that is aimed at solving problems. And now we are saying in an education setting, in enhancing the technological tools should be able to enhance teaching and learning, also enhance processes, but most importantly, should help the educator achieve educational goals. This presentation is guided by technological pedagogy content knowledge, advanced by Misid and friends in 2009. Members, the TPAC model helps an educator, the teacher, the facilitator, to describe how knowledge is needed by the teacher with the help of a technology can help this teacher achieve a goal. So you look at the 3 aspects of put forward by this model. The content. The content is a mastery. The subject matter, the teacher that is able to put forward in order to have this learner before this teacher change in terms of the cognitive, the affective, and the psychomotor aspect. Now, this coupled with a good pedagogical knowledge possessed by this facilitator, by this educator, and also in addition with an excellent possession of technological knowledge, it's assumed it will lead to effective teaching. So therefore, educators in Africa, we are saying that apart from only possessing knowledge, and also maybe possession of good pedagogical skills, we need also to add on the components of technology in order to be able to deliver the content successfully in our universities. Chair, I want to look at the status of technological application across African universities. I just gave a snapshot of what is prevailing in African universities. African universities are increasingly struggling to adopt technology in order to achieve effective learning, to achieve effective research, but also in their day-to-day management operations. Most institutions in Africa struggle to survive with the limited technological capacity, and this could be orchestrated by limited funding, maybe. When you look at African universities, African they are characterized by all the computer laboratories. When you enter in their computer laboratories, you will see broken computers. You will see no educational program installed even on those existing broken computers. And where they're also existing, some of them are not fit for purpose. Therefore, such limited technological infrastructure in Africa is making it hard for these institutions to achieve their education goals and therefore be able to achieve the long-term goals. Members, the possession of content alone today, and maybe the modern pedagogical skills, they don't do much towards achieving the education goals. Still in these universities, the material access to technology in these institutions is very, very limited. Educators, students alike also still cannot afford some of these technologies, and the situation is pathetic. There is less experience in terms of skills, opportunities to use technology is also lacking, especially I'm looking at the side of an educator, a facilitator, this educator who is a change agent in this context. Members, now that we have a problem that our educators lack the requisite skills and knowledge, and also that our universities are not well equipped, what are the practical steps that can guide these universities and ensuring that technology can be applied in our universities? So the presentation puts forward 6 practical steps in the context of an Africa that can help absorption of technologies in Africa. 1, development of practical policy framework for technological application. And this we are saying it should be in line with the technical agenda, digital agenda, African Union agenda, and also STEM. We are saying practicality should not be copy and paste from maybe what would work in African context. It may not work for Harvard. What would work in Cambridge cannot work here. But we need to come up with a practical framework where we can help us to enhance technology in Africa. I found a problem this week. I interacted with a supervisor, a PhD holder in one of the public universities. And this PhD holder supervised the student, was very smart in technology. The student developed a dissertation, and the supervisor was behind, far behind the student. The dissertation went to external examiner. It is the external examiner who told the supervisor that this student used a technology these days called AI, artificial intelligence. So we need to equip ourselves as Africa, beginning with a framework. 2, practical and contextual budgets that can reduce over-dependence on donors. Members who are in a university setting will concur with me, but especially in public universities, that most of the technological development in these institutions is being supported by donors. And in case the donors stop the funding, we are most likely to experience a state of quagmire where the universities will not be able to utilize the technology. So we are saying, please, let us develop our budget that are contextualized and such that we are able to fund our technological in our own context. And this will ensure sustainability and continuous use of technological application. Ladies and gentlemen, African universities need to recruit and, in addition, train of personnel in modern tools, especially those concerned with pedagogy and supervision. And currently, we are living in an artificial intelligence era. Like I've told you, then or other digital learning platforms. I have been supervising students, but also interacting with supervisors. And I've realized that there are still supervisors who still use paper. They used to use a paper, they still use pen. And I have also gone to classes where chalk and old blackboards are still in existence. But this is a university setting that is expected to prepare workforce that will confront the challenges of the 21st century and beyond. We're also saying that there's need to digital to train digital pedagogy of staff. Many of our staff, honestly, may not, including those that are possessing science training. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is driving the direction on which teaching and learning is taking place. So it's very important that the educators of the 21st century be equipped with at least the basics of artificial intelligence, especially in teaching and also in supervision. And this can be taken by undertaking a short course, but also a person can take a postgraduate diploma in artificial intelligence such that is fit to move with the pace. Public-private partnership is significant if we must move and equip our universities with the much needed technologies. African Development Bank, because it understands the context under which African challenges, African higher education institutions exist, and then maybe to provide sustainable development, especially in the acquisition of these technological assistance. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, technology is not only a luxury today in African context, but also a necessity for transforming African higher education. And you'll concur with me that the teacher, the facilitator, and educator who is going to exist now is not the one who has the content, but is technological survey. So the possession of content and excellent skills has the computer competences or technological competences to be able to render a distinguished service in the African universities. So adapting practical contextual aware approaches, African universities can leapfrog into a more inclusive, innovative, and resilient academic future.
The network for Doctor has become unstable towards the end of his remarks. I don't know whether he can rejoin and conclude well, Doctor.
Yes, moderator.
Yeah. Yes, now we can hear you. We had lost you on your final part of the conclusions. Doctor, you can hear me? I think your network has totally gone off. I don't know that I'm the only one. Nelson? Nelson, you can hear me?
But he had concluded the moderator. We can move on. He had already concluded.
Okay. All right, Doctor. Thank you for guidance. Members, we can proceed. We want to appreciate Dr. Kato for his well elaborated presentation, and especially his louder message on AI.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I think you muted yourself. Yes, please.
The moderator is off.
You can hear me now? You can get me, Nelson?
Yeah, I'm getting you. You had muted yourself.
Oh,
you are
sorry.
back now.
Okay, okay. I was saying that we are now at the time of lunch, but I was getting worried because when we got time for tea break, I had 127 members. When we came back, we went down to 89, and now we're at 70. Members, I request you to have a quicker lunch, and we Metropolitan International University. Yeah, International University on the theme Innovative Research for Sustainable Development in the 21st Century, Bridging the Academia and the Society. Thank you so much for now. Let's go for lunch, and then we come back at 1:20. Thank you. Nelson, do we have any of the sponsors who had something to say? This lunch break, it's also now available space for someone to communicate anything. Some of our sponsors that you had said about.
And let me consult first, then I'm going to get back to you shortly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so friends, as we go for lunch, I know now lunch break is on. I want to remind you that this conference has been organized by Metropolitan International University. We have 3 campuses. We have Kampala campus, which is found in Namungona near the Northern Pipers. We are located there. This is the place which also houses our graduate school, but also even our faculty of law is found at that point. We have another branch in Mbarara, Mbarara district, so we can as well be found there, but our main campus is in Kisoro. Metropolitan International University supports a lot of government programs, including the learning of Kiswahili language. It is at Metropolitan International University where you would now get Kiswahili language as one of its common units for everybody. This is one of the most supportive decision towards the government initiative to spread Kiswahili language across the country. At the Metropolitan International University also, we have engaged in research, and we do weekly, monthly journal productions. We have the following journals that are existing: the Journal of Laws. This one is also there. We have the Journal of Engineering and Information Systems. We have the Journal of Academic Multidisciplinary Research. We have the Journal of Business and Economics. We have Metropolitan Journal of Academic, of Pedagogical Research. We have Metropolitan Journal of Medical and Health Research. We have Metropolitan Journal of Social and Education Research. There is also Metropolitan Journal of Science and Technology. These are published monthly, indexed by ResearchGate, Google Scholar, and also they all have DOS. Currently, we are at volume 4, issue number 9. To be part of this, to participate in this, you can send your manuscript to editor@miu.ac.ug. This is Metropolitan International University Research or Regional Research Conference on the Innovative Research for Sustainable Development in the 21st Century, bridging academia and society. It is lunch break. We will be back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have our lunch, allow me to also read some of the messages. Nelson, I see you on. Okay, allow me to read some of the messages. Dr. Peter is saying, thank you, Doctor. I think he was thanking Doctor for presenting. For research students, it's important to know that AI is not dethroned human responsibility and intellectual input. Humans must maintain leadership and just use the AI tools to expedite processes. This is how it can be it can be add or become useful to innovation, or it can be added to innovations. Edwin Munezero is saying, Doctor, AI is part of technology and is here to stay. How can research students leverage on AI usage without conflicting with their supervisors? Yeah, that one I think goes to Dr. Kato. Then there is also this one. Adong Mariam is saying, thanks, Doctor, for the presentation, but it leaves a question of how AI can be incorporated in exams and during research works. Dr. Kato, I think you are watching that. Then Dr. Adinoite is saying there is already guidelines on do's and don'ts with AI. There is also a boost by OpenAI and Google AI, how AI can be a facilitator in academia than the current copy and the paste. Thank you so much. That's Dr. Arinaitwe, who is also guiding more about AI. More of these are here. Namara Mebo is saying, good afternoon, participants. We appreciate the first state in reaching us with valuable insights. Campus director from Kisoro campus, our main campus. Thank you so much, Madam Mebo, for participation. Latifa is saying, Latifa Amid, a master student at MIU. I thank Doctor for bringing up the issue of use and adoption of AI in universities. However, the question of whether artificial intelligence should be incorporated into universities, how it should be integrated, and the extent to which its use should be encouraged or discouraged is a critical issue that institutions of higher learning need to deliberate on and reach a consensus about. Thank you so much, our student of master's class, for your submission. I'm very sure Dr. Kato has seen all these comments, and at the right time, he will respond to all of us. It is lunch break. It is time for having something as we wait and plan to come back for the final session of this regional research conference organized by Metropolitan International University. I am Edwin Nyachora, the moderator. We will be back. Ladies and gentlemen, with our conference, I welcome you back from that lunch break, and I hope you have got time to put something in your stomach to get energy so that you don't miss out from these nice research presentations that we are getting from all our guests. It's time now to welcome Dr. Friday Christopher, who is the lecturer of or at Metropolitan International University and Kampala International University. Dr. Friday holds a degree with a strong background and public management, natural resources management, environmental land management practices on environmental protection in Kabare district. He currently serves as a lecturer at Metropolitan International University, like I've said earlier, and Kampala International University, and is a board member or a reviewer of the Journal of Emerging Technologies and Innovative Research. He is a faculty member at Marwadi University in India, a reviewer at American Sciences, a reviewer at International Journal of Science, Social Sciences. Dr. Christopher's research spans several key areas, for example, environmental conservation, investigating sustainable practices to protect natural resources, public policy, and the decentralization, whereby analyzing the effectiveness of the policies in local governance, project planning and management by developing the frameworks for successful project execution. He has contributed to various academic publications and has been cited over 6,900 times in scholarly works. He's coming to give us the challenges, bias, and access to global channels in this. Let's welcome him, and we also mute our microphones. Welcome, Doctor. Dr. Christopher, you can hear me. The microphone is now yours. You're most welcome.
Thank you, the moderator. I want to thank you and the previous speakers, and most importantly, to thank the management of Metropolitan International University for having given us the opportunity to share academic insights with different scholars across the region. And as the moderator had earlier said, once again, I'm Dr. Friday Christoph, and I am supposed to present about this sub-theme titled Publishing Research from Africa, focusing on the challenges, bias, and access to global journals. I want to thank you for listening to me. Before you is an outline of the slides, how my presentation will flow, from the introduction to the current state of the research publishing in Africa, challenges in publishing research, the bias in global journals, access to global journals, strategies for improvement, then future directions, then some conclusion with question and answer. The introduction. I want to begin with our academic phrase that publish or perish. If you want to perish, fail to publish. Looking at the current landscape of publishing in Africa, we shall find that there is a growing trend of researchers publishing in both local and international journals, but though some challenges still remain that are actually affecting the publication rates. We shall find that when we publish, we shall be recognized academically, it shall open gates for our funding opportunities, and our publications will continue to influence some policymakers in trying to come up with policies that can actually contribute to sustainable development. Objectives of the presentation. My presentation aims to explore the multifaceted challenges faced by African researchers, assessing the biases in the global publishing, and discussing strategies to enhance access to global journals. The current state of research publishing in Africa. Statistically, it is on record that 12% of the global population is constituted by the African population. But out of the 12%, only 3% are contributing to the global research outputs. This indicates a significant disparity. However, the number of scientific publications with African authors have started to increase. That is according to Akinora et al. 2023 and Ortunaji et al. In 2022. The growth reflects the bargaining potential of the continent's research, and concurrently, the publishing industry in Africa is undergoing a transformative phase marked by substantial opportunities and challenges. Members, you can allow me share this, that whereas we have had some challenges as a continent, but we have also realized that there is a drastic improvement in terms of the publication outputs that we actually submit to the local and international journals. And I wanted to say that perfecting on this very theme of today, most of the publication outputs that actually are published in the Western journals are merely the student research works, and less of it is actually from the textbooks. We shall also find that the African content imports more textbooks and exports less textbooks compared to other Western countries. That implies that we are more of the kind relying on the Western knowledge that is in textbooks than our own input. Looking at the market overview, we are saying in 2023, the African book market generated an estimated $7 billion, representing 5.4% of the global market. That is according to the PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2023. With the right policies and investments, we are saying it could reach around $18.5 billion in the coming years. Looking at the dominance of educational publishing in Africa accounts for approximately 70% of the market, reflecting the large student population and the focus on the textbooks. That is according to the African Publishers Association in 2023. There is some trade imbalance, and we are saying Africa faces a significant trade deficit in book publishing, importing an estimated $597 million worth of the books, while exporting only $81 million in 2023, and that was according to the International Publishers Association in 2023. In comparison, we shall find that Africa is importing more textbooks from the Western countries we call the global north, and importing less textbooks, but only publishing the student outputs in most of the international journals. Can allow me to proceed to the next slide, which talks about the challenges in publishing research. I wanted to first share some experience before I can share these very challenges. I work as a reviewer in more than 3 journals, but I've realized that even when we are given some students' research outputs, those from Uganda, they give you like 1 in a year or 2 in a year. But when it comes to their own research outputs, almost after 2 days, you see some submissions requesting you to review. And so we have found that, first of all, most of the reviewers are from the Western countries. And also, we shall find that Most of the journals which they call accredited and high impact journals, which are peer reviewed, we are of course designed by the Westerners, and we shall also find that they also determine which areas or fields we can publish. And we shall find that, tickling on point number 1, countries in the global south continue to face some constraints in terms of funding. Many researchers have struggled and continue to struggle in funding their research projects, and this has limited their resources conducting research. We have depended on the foreign aid as Africans or African researchers, and we shall find that there are few organizations on the African continent that are actually funding research and researchers, and so it remains a gap to address. We also have infrastructure challenges where, in this context, we are looking at the limited access to the laboratories. Even the libraries that we have on the African continent are not well equipped. Some of them totally do not even have internet. Even the books which are in the libraries are not sufficient enough. Looking at the levels of technology, it has also made it hard for the Africans equally compete with the Western countries when it comes to doing quality work and publishing it. We have also been faced by publication barriers. Most of the journals are not free of charge. You have to first pay some money. Upon paying money, publishing the article is not even spontaneous. And you will find that it makes it very hard for the researchers on the African continent who actually are constrained by finance to have their research outputs published. And that also limits their rate of publication. For instance, if I have my data and I wanted to write an article, it is very easy that I can be limited, first of all, to have a good quality journal article published in a peer-reviewed journal. It must actually be paid for a certain amount of money, moreover in their foreign currency, which takes a lot of time. Looking at the nature of the process, going to the bank, trying to share all those transaction receipts and what have you, and all those have actually limited the Africans from publishing in high impact reputable journals. Also, we shall find that most of those very journals in the global north, where we are depending to publish, they always prefer some certain languages, and it is actually very hard for us to publish our outputs in our native languages. And looking at the nature or target audience that we actually intend to serve, we shall actually find that publishing articles in their languages when the audience is here in Africa, when we are trying to share solutions affecting the African continent in their own language, has actually been a limitation to most of the researchers. We also have brain drain, that most of the talented African researchers have gone out to those Western countries for greener pastures. We have lost intelligent people. We have lost people who are skilled to conduct research, to mentor other scholars, to do the quality research. And also, we have lost people who could actually publish high quality journal articles in peer-reviewed journals. And so this is why you find that even those very scholars who would be contributing to Africa as a continent are contributing to the global north countries, which would actually have not happened if we had enough resources here in Africa. And in any case, if there was some motivation and recognition by their local governments. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to continue and say and talk about the regulatory and bureaucratic hurdles. In Uganda, just like any other country on the African continent, we have the research ethics approving committees, and we have the national research approval committees. we have always found that one, they delay and complicate the process of applying for data collection and also dissemination of our research findings. For a case in Uganda, we have the Research Ethics Committee, and there are very few research ethics committees that we have. And also, you shall find that for one to actually apply to the Research Ethics Committee, he or she has to first pay $300, and then after paying $300, we'll wait for like 2 or more months for the approval, upon which he or she will actually now proceed the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology for the final permit to collect data in the country. That actually complicates the system and the process as well, where we take more of time waiting for clearance, and we shall also find that time is one of the limiting factors that can actually affect our quality results. But because of the system, the bureaucratic system in our countries, we have found conducting research, sharing our findings in terms of publications, very, very hard. So we are saying that navigating ethical review processes can be cumbersome, often slowing down the timelines. Some researchers have even ignored going to the research ethics committees for the clearance, and their findings have not been relied on. There are some journal articles, actually some journals, high impact journals, where you cannot publish an article without a research ethics committee approval letter, and that can limit researchers from publishing their work even when they are of good quality. We shall also find that on the African continent, we are facing the collaboration difficulties that many researchers lack access to robust academic networks and collaboration opportunities, which can hinder knowledge exchange. I want to share an example of one university in India called Magwadi University. Recently, having seen our publications online, I saw an invitation. They said, yeah, we have come to realize that you are a competent staff who can render some services to our university students. I had not applied, but I saw them sending me the request letter. But that one is not common in Africa because it requires resources which we don't have. And we should also find that when we are actually having some orientation, I realized that they had more than 30 adjunct faculty members who would occasionally meet and share their ideas related to research supervision, related to collaborations, related to PhD research supervision, and I found that collaboration in those very other countries other than the African ones is slightly simpler compared to how it is here, particularly in Uganda and on the African continent. And so we shall find that many researchers have really lacked access to some academic networks, and it has actually hindered our knowledge sharing. Some institutions are operating in isolation, and this has reduced the opportunities for them to collaborate with other international scholars and other universities across the globe. Social and political factors have also hindered or affected the researchers on the African planet. Some countries have some political instability. We give a case of Sudan, South Sudan, DRC. Those very countries have been actually affected. And looking at it in the context of education and research, we shall find that it has become very hard for researchers to conduct their studies and also to share their findings. In any case, they find it not actually safe for them to do so. Cultural attitudes has also been another factor or challenge. And we are saying societal perceptions of research and academia has also affected the public support and engagement in scientific inquiry. We shall also find that most of the Africans do not actually have enough skills to conduct research and also analyze the data and also do the write-up. In most of the higher institutions of learning, you will believe me that there are very few staff who can actually publish with passion, staff with skills that can really find it with ease to always write articles and also teach their learners on how they can write articles and publish them in high impact journals. And this lack of skills has really affected the African researchers because they cannot sell on the global market. So we shall find that there is lack of training opportunities. That is where we talk in terms of capacity building. And in most of the institutions of higher learning, having had insufficient professional development programs has created a gap which has actually not given us the quality outputs that we can publish in those international peer-reviewed journals. Data accessibility. We shall find that whereas we have some data banks or some websites where we can access data, especially for secondary research, it has also been very hard for researchers on the African continent to access some data. I can give a case. Most of the students on the African continent have always found it hard to get data from the banks. The banks feel insecure to give their own data to the researchers. And so students at different levels from bachelor's up to PhD level have found it very hard to access that very data which would have enabled them to progress and have the academic achievement. And also we shall find that researchers have struggled to access the relevant data sets, which has hindered their comprehensive analysis of their results. We also talk about the intellectual property issues. Yeah, because we have the weak Intellectual Protection Act. Some countries totally do not have acts concerning the intellectual property rights, to the extent that today Dr. Fred Christopher can publish an article and then after like 2 minutes or 1 hour, another author will publish the same work in some journals because some journals are even predatory. This has affected the researchers on the African planet, not like any other countries in the Western world where they have acts concerning the intellectual property rights. For our case here, our laws are a bit flexible, they are a bit weak when it comes to protecting the rights of what other authors have actually authored. Allow me to continue and talk about the bias in global journals. We have had journals at the national level, that is the local journals. We have had the regional journals. We have had international journals. And we shall find that most of us, of course, because of colonization, we still have a feeling that those very journals in those Western countries are really the ones which are genuine. And we shall find that now, because we rely on them, you actually imagine you want to graduate, and the university says you must publish in the Scopus indexed journal, which will take even 6 months, 1 year before you are given even the feedback. But because now they think they are of high impact, it becomes a problem. So we shall find that first of all, those very journals we are relying on in the global north, they prefer their own Western research. And we are saying many journals tend to favor studies conducted in Western countries, leading to underrepresentation of research from Africa, Asia, and other regions. We should also find that there is limited access to submission, that even the little that we actually know or we have, we do not actually have the proper guidelines on how we can submit our manuscripts to the right journals and which journals can spontaneously publish our research outputs. Researchers from developing countries often face barriers in accessing publication opportunities. Most of the staff Most of the African researchers do not know where they can publish their outputs. When you look at the universities where we are teaching from, you realize that, yes, a certain number of the staff are publishing, but there is also a bigger percentage of the staff who don't know where to publish, and they are not even willing to learn where they can publish. And we also find that there are some who also think that publishing is a wastage of time. So we are saying that not having that experience has actually made it very hard for us even to submit the articles that we have already written. And we shall find that lacking of familiarity with the submission process has always affected us to the extent that you submit a journal article to the reviewer today. When you submit a journal article, especially for those journals which are Scopus indexed, it takes 6 months without the feedback. Then they give you a feedback of rejection. When you work on their comments, again, they give you another rejection. So we have actually found that because most of the African researchers are not used to publishing, they are not used to different journal research guidelines and processes, it has been a hindrance, and those Western journals have actually taken it as an advantage to reject our research manuscripts, as you have already seen. There is also language bias. Because we rely on the Western journals, there is English dominance, and we are seeing most prestigious journals publish in English, which can disadvantage non-native speakers, and this can lead to high quality research being overlooked or underappreciated. There is bias. I was looking at a certain journal in India. A certain journal in India, first of all, accepts manuscripts from Indians, not any other researcher from other country. And again, I found that it was restricting the researchers on the language to use. So it has actually become a big challenge affecting the African researchers because of the language. Not every African really knows English. And having different journals considering different educational backgrounds and also language differences would make it easy for us to publish or have more impact through publishing high quality articles. Disciplinary bias, we shall find that most of the Western journals that we are relying on, they focus on certain popular fields. They have their areas of interest. And so, even if you have an article that actually makes sense, an article that has solutions for Africans, but is not in the interest of the journal or the owners of the journal, certainly it will be rejected. And this has actually hindered the Africans from publishing in those high impact journals, and most especially the so-called the Directory of Open Access Journals and Scopus Index Journals. We also have the peer review process. Now, this very one has been complicated to the extent that, first of all, those very reviewers come with a biased mind that even when they are reviewing, they do not actually do it on a balanced ground. First of all, they have their interests and they will intend to favor research that aligns with their own views or institutions. There is lack of diversity among reviewers. I also realized it. Some journals are even sending me journal articles which are not in my area of study or field of specialization. And you actually find that now it has also happened to the extent that when we send our manuscripts for review, and the manuscripts are not given to the technical people or those very reviewers in our area of specialization, there is a likelihood of having a rejection or rejections because of lack of knowledge. Whereas the journal may have guidelines and also say that we have technical people according to different areas of specialization, I saw it that at times they even request people to review their journals or to become their reviewers, and some of them even reject the offer. At the time of rejection, now authors submit their manuscripts for review, and they have no any other option other than giving those very articles to the reviewers who are not in the line of the submitted manuscript. We also have the publication bias, and we are saying there is often bias towards publishing the positive results, and we are saying while negative or inclusive findings may be dismissed, of course this has affected the scientific literature, which has misled the future research. We also have funding and institutional bias, that even those very sponsors or funders in the Western countries have tended to actually favor their own researchers in their own countries and given less funds or no funds to the researchers on the African continent. And we shall also find that even those very, actually, the funds which have been submitted to the African researchers have been conditional, and also we shall find that from those very funds, still the same funders, because they are also mobilizing for more funds from other funders, they also try to see whether a certain percentage can go back. This has also been evidenced.
Doctor, I was also reminding you about the time. Our minutes are already used up, so you can see how to put it together.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so let me wind up as I come to the end. Access to global journals. Yeah, we have found that accessing global journals has actually not been simple as most of us think. Most of the journals have always requested for subscription fees and institutional licensing agreements, which has not been easy. And this has hindered most of the African researchers and institutions from engaging in research write-ups and publication of their outputs. We have also found that it has also been hard for most of the institutions on the African continent to have open access journals, that even creating institutional repositories is not easy and is dependent on those Western countries. And we are saying that there is the need to increase visibility of African research through open access journals and also other platforms where researchers can always converge and share their ideas. We need to promote some collaboration, which can be institutional, or it can actually be between different countries, and also researchers can have an international platform where they can always share their outputs. We need also to engage in open access initiatives, advocating for open access publishing and supporting institutions in transitioning to open dissemination of research can significantly improve access. Then we should actually build the capacity through training our staff and give them support, allow them or enable them, collect data, analyze it, present their findings, and also see how they can learn and share knowledge with different scholars. Future directions. There is the need for technological advancements and digital platforms that can facilitate the sharing and visibility of African research, enabling global collaboration, and also policymakers should prioritize research funding, access to journals, and institutional support to address the challenges faced by African researchers. Lastly, there is the need to strengthen networks among African researchers, which will foster knowledge sharing, mentorship, and collaborative opportunities. I want to thank you for having listened to me, and this marks the end of my presentation. I am ready to actually learn from other scholars. Thank you, and thank you, Metropolitan International University, for having given me the chance to actually present about this very theme And I also extend my appreciation to other presenters, the moderator, and the participants who are online. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That has been Professor Dr. Friday Christopher, who has taken us through publication or publishing research from Africa, the challenges, bias, and access to global journals. This is a very serious area, and I think the time was not enough because it's not easy to finish challenges, the bias areas. But in his conclusion remarks, Dr. Friday has encouraged need to promote collaborations. He has also looked at the capacity building, especially for the staff in African institutions. He has encouraged increase of African research networks plus advancement of technology as some of the methods that can be used to reduce on this biasness. Thank you so much, Dr. Friday. More of the discussions will come, and the members are welcome to ask anything on the message segment. Dr. Christopher will be responding to you on message as we wait for the right time for open discussion to exchange more and learn more. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take more of our time. I want to recognize the arrival of the following people. We have received Professor Jane Kerubo from Kirinyaga University, who is now following us live from USA. Karibu, Professor, karibu sana. Mbuyore, karibu to this discussion. Then we have also received Dr. Osman Mohammed, who is the Chancellor of Dar es Salaam University in Mogadishu, Somalia. You are most welcome, Doctor. Then there is also Professor Abdi Adan, the Vice Chancellor and the Administration and Finance and the Legal Advisor of Dar es Salaam University, Mogadishu in Somalia. They have also joined us, and we welcome all of them. Plus those members who have joined us, feel welcome and continue following the proceedings. This is the Regional Research Conference organized by Metropolitan International University here in Kampala. Now, we want to go to Dr. Osman Mohammed, who is the Chancellor of Dar es Salaam University in Somalia, who is going to take us through the role of undergraduate research in African universities. And are we doing enough? This is the question that the doctor is coming to guide us on. Dr. Osman Mohammed Hassan serves as the Chancellor of Dar es Salaam University, a prominent private higher institution based in Mogadishu, Somalia. Under his leadership, he has strengthened its academic programs and expanded its international collaborations. In the international engagements, Dr. Hassan has actively represented Dar es Salaam University in Mogadishu in various international forums, courtesy of the visit of the Arab League ambassador in September 2025. He met with the ambassador of the Arab countries to discuss on the potential collaborations and the partnerships. Then on the memorandum of undertaking with Istanbul, Senyutu University and Metropolitan International University, he signed the MOU with these two institutions on which they planned to enhance exchange academic programs and cooperation and collaborations. On the engagement with Sudanese embassy, Dr. Hassan and his team met the embassy of the Republic of Sudan in Somalia to discuss on collaboration initiatives. And about the partnership with Somali Norwegian Chamber of Commerce, he welcomed the Director General of the Somali Norwegian Chamber of Commerce to discuss joint ventures and economic collaborations. Join with me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Dr. Osman to take us through the role of undergraduate research in African universities and if we are doing enough. Welcome, Doctor.
Thanks to the moderator. Professor has told me that he's unable to share, but he has sent Professor Abdi Adan that he can take up the mantle meanwhile as he finishes some other engagements.
well noted, and let him take over from here. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Is my voice very clear?
Yes, yes, you are clear. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I really extend my appreciations to Metropolitan University administration who have had the relentless efforts to actually hosting this very prominent program of regional research. Actually, in the continent of Africa, there's a very big gap in terms of research publication, as has been stated by our brother, Dr. Professor Friday Christopher. There's a very big gap, and there is also that limitation of research publications, research publication institutions, and on the other hand, when it comes to the undergraduate level, the universities are not very much dedicated to enhancing and fostering the research that the students have undertaken during their graduation. Actually, there are a lot of students that choose very good topics which deserve to be a very researchable. And actually, why we do research is to solve problems within the community, within the either the public or the private sector, whether there's a problem, a gap, or any other difficulties that the institutions of either public or the private or the communities are facing. So in this regard, it is literally meant for institutions of higher education to make sure that the research the students undertake, the research the institutions of research and development within the institutions conduct, solve those problems, fill those gaps that have been stated and recommended by the researchers, and make sure that they have given consideration to the effort that has been carried out by those particular researchers. So when it comes to the global framework, research is the major element which they use to solve their problems, which they use to enhance their capacities of both public and private institutions, to enhance and raise the awareness of the community where there is the gap or where is the problem that need to be resolved, and urgently, whether in short or long term aspects. So this is the gap or the limitation that the African continent has when it comes to research. So I really bear in mind and agree with our brother Christopher that there are some institutions, research institutions, that publish research, they order funds, the donors fund those institutions, yet they don't provide the opportunities to the African researchers to present their research, to solve the problems that the continent is facing, to fill the gaps that the continent, the states of the continent are facing, and also to enhance the institutions of higher education. But instead, they need fees from the researchers. They don't also engage in institutions of higher educations to make sure that the research undertaken by the very effective students to contribute to their insights to the institutions. So let me go inside and present. So we shall focus on the imperative SDGs and the African context. In the research, and actually we very well know that the Sustainable Development Goals, which consists of the 17 goals, in Western countries have already,
Doctor,
yes.
Excuse me, the slides are not moving. I don't know, are you the one controlling, Nelson?
Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm not yet moving. I'm just giving an overview. So when it comes, then I will move, okay?
Thank
you. Okay. I'm now at the agenda, if you might see it. So the SDGs, the United Nations meant the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, which consists of the 17 goals that the developing countries benefit from the Sustainable Development Goals funds, localize and make strategies to make political, social, and economic priorities within their national development plans, so that by 2030, the global agenda has been achieved by all nations of the world, so that a new initiative might be developed. But it seems really clear that our African leaders are not inclined to localizing, integrating the SDG or the Sustainable Development Goals within the national development plans of the African nations, so that they benefit or leverage from the funds that have been allocated for those particular goals that the nation or that particular nation has intended to implement within their context. So we shall also see what is undergraduate research, and then beyond the thesis. We very well know that undergraduate research are one of the requirements for every graduating student at every institution of higher education, that is the universities. So undergraduate, it is the starting point where the students are required to conduct research areas, either to solve existing problems within the community or within their context, and also either fill the gap or solve some difficulties that the community is also facing. Then we shall see the current landscape, and then the evidence of progress, the challenge, evidence of the gaps, and also the case studies that prove of the concepts, and then proposed framework for action. So why this matters now? Now the 21st century challenge African faces unique pressing challenges like climate change, food security, public health, rapid urbanization, all outlined in the United Sustainable Development Goals, which the African countries are not leveraging from this. So that's why Africa is still behind from the other global continents. So climate change has affected all the globe. However, most of the nations have had or have been resilient to the impact of the climate change, but it seems really clear that the African continent have not set any resilient action plans to make sure that the climate impact do not affect the communities that are living in the different geographical areas of Africa. because that's why most of the African countries are having the challenge of food security, poverty, access or limited access to health care, rapid urbanization, and also there's that particular gaps within the continents. In terms the when you see the continent of Africa, there are a lot of crises going on. There are countries that are having still conflicts like Sudan. Somalia is still under the pressure of challenging the Al-Shabaab. There's also Ethiopia. There is also some conflicts which are still ongoing between the communities. And a lot of other countries are also having the same challenge. So we need to make sure that we unite the continent of Africa so that they come up with unified strategic goals to overcome their unique challenge of climate change, food security, public health, and rapid urbanization. Now, what do we mean by rapid urbanization? Now, the people living in the areas of production have been affected by the climate change. Now they are migrating or moving from the rural areas where they are the production, and then they are coming to the urban areas for survival. Now this decreases the level of African production. That's why now there's the challenge of food security in every nation in Africa. So the other thing which affects the food security and no actions for climate change impacts combating is that there is no stable political situation in the whole continent of Africa. The levels of corruption in the continent of Africa is very high. Therefore, as has been said, we need unique or common strategic goals to overcome all these problems. The other thing is the African demographic dividends. Now, over 60% of Africa
Doctor, you have muted your microphone, I think, by mistake. You can unmute. We can't hear you anymore. We can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I've realized. Now, the problem is that 65% of the population of the continent is under the age of 25. That is now, let us say, the youth. Now, from 45 to 25 and below is a very great number of youth. So, and this is now the challenge. Now it is out of the greatest untapped resources for innovation and problem solving. In the last few months, there have been high escalation of protection in Kenya. We very well know that. Why the Gen Zs, that are the youth of the country, have been under pressure in the government to make sure that the government fulfills the promises it has made during the election campaign. That's now there's high rate of unemployment within the continent of Africa. Regardless, I'm sorry, in given consideration to the level of the youth that are living within the continent of Africa and the level of unemployment rates in the continent of Africa is actually variant. They are not proportionate. So the government should make sure that they benefit from the research undertaken by the undergraduate students and also the African researchers that always, when you read the articles, they are mostly focusing on developing the continents. But it seems clear that the African leaders do not realize what the researchers recognize exists within the continent of Africa that are challenging the youth of the country, while there is high level of social welfare within the continent of Europe and also in the other parts of the United Nations, in the great US. So why don't we make sure that our leaders come up with strategies to unify their currencies, to make common markets to develop the country, the continent of Africa, and open the barriers of trade so that each country benefits from the exchange of goods and services as there is in the other continents. So we need to awake or raise the awareness of our leaders and make sure that the researchers unite and then come up with strategic goals to raise the awareness of the leaders and so that we fill these gaps. Now, the academia society gap. Now, traditional academic model often operates in isolation. Sustainable solutions require co-creation with communities, not just for them. And that is what we actually realize as Dar es Salaam University. We realize that there is that gap for the academic society, as has been already stated by our brother Christopher. There's the gap within the academia society. You might sometimes see that there are no funds for those who cannot afford to pay for their higher educations. So this is also one of the problems. And so now the academias or the academia society fill the gap that the traditional academic models often operates in isolation. It isolates. What most of the countries of Africa are doing is still traditional. For example, the other world or the other continents of the world are now in the stage of public management, and the leaders of the nations are acting as private sectors, considering that their citizens have received quality public services as customers, or as the private sector would serve their customers so that they get more customers. So we are still leading, or we are still in the 19th century where the world or the globe was focusing on public administration. That was the traditional rule, which has already been abandoned. And now we need to make sure that our continent of Africa comes to the 21st century where the United Nations has set up 17 goals to leverage, to make sure that the countries leverage from those 70 development goals to localize those goals, and then come to the stage of the 20th century where the government respond and act as a private sector for their citizens in order to deliver effective and productive public services. So,
Doctor,
under
sorry for interruption.
yeah,
Doctor, sorry for
I'm
interruption.
going.
About time.
Okay.
We now have like 5 minutes just to sum up it up, because time is already beyond our normal time. Thank you.
Okay, let me conclude as soon as possible. So undergraduate research is the catalyst, of course. It is the catalyst because it increases the level of development. It increases the level of social development. It increases the level of economic development of the nation. It also increases the level of academic society development. So we have to make sure that the institutions of higher education focus on undergraduate development, make sure to recognize the undergraduate research is a catalyst. So here is defining the undergraduate research as the manifestation in the African context. So it is a applied research project, community-based priority research. So our research should be a manifestation in the African context as applied research projects, which are community-based priorities should be focused on. So undergraduate research is not just a final year, it is a thesis project which continues up to their PhD level. So why undergraduate research is strategic priority? Because it builds human capital, it fosters local innovation, it also breeds the academic society and dividends, and also it decolonizes the knowledge, because that means it advances the frontiers of knowledge as one of the role of undergraduate research. So the evidence of progress, we are moving forward. It means the number of universities in the African continent is increasing. So that means that the number of undergraduate research is also increasing. So we expect them to be a catalyst that they contribute to the economic development of the continent, social development of the nation, and make sure that they change the political they also contribute to the political stability of the continent. So these are now the evidence of the gap. There's a funding scarcity, as has already been stated by our brother. There's also overburdened curriculum and faculties. Yeah. Now, when you see compared to the other continents, the African universities are overburdened with the curriculums and also the faculties. Now, when you see other continents compared to Africa, there are specific, every university is specialized in a specific field to fulfill the gap and also solve certain problems within their national context. But when you come to Africa, you might see every university or all universities have the same faculties, have the same or operate within the same field and over the same faculties within the nation. This has to be changed by the ministries of higher education should come up with the strategic goal to change this and make sure that each university is specialized in a specific field to make sure that they fill that gap, particular gap, and those students that are interested in that particular field can go to that particular a university or universities where they can get the quality and experience and the knowledge as well. So postgraduate resistance is also resistance to postgraduates because there's a position of culture of lectures and memorize rather than questions and discover, and graduate research is often seen as an add-on, not a cure programming. And also infrastructural deficits. There's also infrastructure deficit has already been, the framework of action is now the same. Do we do more? No, actually we don't do more. We need to increase our level of undergraduate research as a catalyst element to develop the continent. And then, thank you very much for your time and listening. So I also extend my appreciation to Metropolitan University administration and also all other participants who have given me the opportunity to present this on behalf of the Dar es Salaam University and the administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. It is becoming more detailed, becoming more nice, and yet time is also now pushing us out of order. He has enlightened us on so many areas, but he has looked at what are our problems, our challenges in the 21st century: climate change, food insecurity, public health, and the rapid urbanization. You know, he has also said, no, we are not doing enough. Remember, that was the question. Why are we not doing enough? Scarcity of funding, of abandoned curriculum, pedagogical resistance, and infrastructural deficits. These are some of the areas, members, that are catching our attention as we continue with our conference. This is research conference that organized by Metropolitan International University, and it has gathered people across the globe. We want to proceed. Time is running quicker. I want now to welcome Professor Jane Kerubo, a distinguished academic and a researcher in the field of education, currently serving as a professor at Kirinyaga University College in Kerugoya in Kenya. With over 15 years of experience in higher education, she specializes in educational policy, management, leadership, and gender issues in education. Academic qualifications: she serves, she has a PhD in higher and further education from London College University in London. She has her own master's in women and higher education management, Institute of Education, University of London. And then there's another master's in education communication technology from Kenyatta University. Kerubo, Professor Kerubo comes to us on focus with educational policy and management, educational leadership, gender issues in education, qualitative research methodologies, that's a professional experience. And then in Kirinyaga University College, Kurugoya, she serves as a professor of education. Professor of Education and Director of Graduate Studies is also her role at Balton, the University of West Africa, Balaton in Eldoret, in Kenya since February 2020. Yeah, this is the person who is coming to speak to us, and she's coming to give us research funding in Africa, navigating limited resources, navigating limited resources, and building partnership. Osman, you can mute your microphone. Dr. Osman, you can mute your microphone. Yeah, Abdi Osman, you can mute your microphone. Thank you so much. Dr. Jane is coming to look at what do we do with research funding in Africa? Navigating limited resources and building partnerships. Let's welcome her to join us and take us through. Nelson, let's have this microphone muted of Osman. Dr. Osman, your microphone is shouting. Dr. Osman, thank you. It's now muted. Professor Jane Kerubo, karibu sana, anza kutuelekeza.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nyarwa. I can see you speak my language, and that made me feel happy. Members, I'm happy to join also my colleagues who have gone before me. And I want to, at the onset, thank Metropolitan International University for giving me this opportunity. And my coming here today to present is a classical example of South-to-South collaboration or partnership. I remember meeting Nelson, one of the organizers of the conference in Kigali, Rwanda in March. I think Professor Osman was also there and many presenters here. And because of that meeting, we have had the opportunity to take part in this conference. I'm zooming from USA, which is 6:30 in the morning. I'm sorry I was not able to attend the other presentations, but I'm happy that I listened to Dr. Friday and Professor Osman now. And these research themes that we are exploring at this conference support and complement each other. And I'm going to share on the subject of navigating research funding in Africa and building partnerships. I think I have a shorter presentation outline here. I will start with a brief introduction and then give an overview of the current research context in Africa. Look at who is funding research in Africa, and also explore or examine the building of partnerships, say why it is necessary, give some suggestions and a conclusion. I don't know if I'm managing these slides myself. How do I scroll? No. What is happening? Okay.
Yeah, we can't see your screen, Professor. We can only see the word
introduction. I think it goes without saying. Oh, you can't see my screen?
Yeah, we can't see your screen, Professor.
How come I'm seeing it here?
Okay,
is there something happening?
No.
Okay.
It's now there.
Oh
now
my
we
goodness. Can you see?
Now we have the screen. Yeah, we have it now. Continue.
See it now? Okay. Can you see it now? I think somebody is sharing. Nelson, are you able to?
Yeah, Prof, we can see you now. We can see the screen now. We can see it now.
Okay. Okay. Can I move to the first slide? I think somebody's, yeah, okay. I was commenting, giving an introduction by saying that it goes without saying that research plays a crucial role in economic development by generating knowledge and insights that can inform policy, drive innovation, and enhance productivity. Now, in the context of economic development, research helps identify growth opportunities, assess challenges, and develop strategies to address them. It contributes to the creation of knowledge-based economy and fosters technological advancement and improves overall societal well-being. And as we have heard from the previous speakers, researchers in Africa face numerous challenges and demands within a context of minimum resources. And in spite of these challenges, we are expected as academia, as researchers to There is a significant expectation for doing excellent research, excellent science that is of high quality with integrity while aligning to science with societal goals. And because of this expectation, I'm saying that it is therefore necessary to explore research partnerships because we need to build our capacity, expand the number of active researchers in Africa, and advance the careers of African researchers if the continent and other global priorities are to be realized. Next slide, please. Now, what are we talking about? When we talk about research funding, we need, first of all, to understand what the current situation is. And in terms of research and innovation, we are aware of several international agreements or commitments that allude to the importance of research and innovation as a catalyst for the socio-economic and sustainable growth for any country. We talk about the Sustainable Development Goal number 9. We have the African Union Agenda 2063, the East African Community Vision 2050, and in Kenya, we have the Kenya Vision 2030. All these agreements or multilateral agreements or declarations allude to the importance that we need to attach to science, research, and innovation for us to develop. But the statistics that we have, UNESCO Science Report 2015, I'm sorry, I couldn't get an updated one, but I'm sure there is. But maybe 10 years ago, they released a report to say that the average number of researchers per 1 million people globally is 1,478. When you come across 1 million people in Kampala, Uganda, you are thinking that out of those, how many people will be considered researchers? And we see that the statistics from African countries is worrying. I'm sure we had a speaker here from Tunisia, and they will be happy to know that Tunisia is leading with 1,000 researchers per million people. And the next closest country is Morocco with 1,100. Egypt reports 680 people, Senegal 550, South Africa 494. Now, for the majority of these African countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where the East African community falls, you will find about 50 researchers per 1 million people. So in terms of funding, we have found that the African Union has recommended that member states should set a target of at least 1% of their GDP for funding of research and innovation. Now, the world average is supposed to be 1.68%, and I know this is old data, but there could be more recent data, which has promoted or I've heard or read about countries being encouraged to increase their spending to 2%. Now, in 2019, the African Innovation Outlook showed that only when they reviewed about 11 African countries, they found that these countries allocate only 1%. And the statistics from these countries is summarized here. My country, Kenya, is almost at 1%, followed by South Africa, Egypt. And you see that this low allocation, the data suggests that there is a problem with only South Africa and Kenya nearing the target. And we need to be worried. And this is the reason why we are concerned about funding. Now, who funds research in Africa is the next slide that I want to speak to. Research funding, who funds it? Now, there was an analysis of African research funders that reveals that the top funders of all research conducted in Africa over the last 10 years were European and US-based funders. I think you can identify with this. Some of you who have applied for research grants, there's the European Commission, the US Department, the UK, Bill and Melinda Gates, and so on. And now the National Research Foundation of South Africa also comes on here. Next slide. Are we able to go to the next slide, please? Hello?
Nelson? Yeah,
there we go. So again, we continue to see that the gross domestic expenditure on research and development, which is a measure of how dedicated a specific country is to supporting research, reveals that most sub-Saharan African countries spend less than 0.5% of their GDP on research and development. And we also have those worrying statistics there. We have Nigeria, which is considered to be an economic power in Africa. The country that is doing well here happens to be Ghana. These are their local resources that they allocate to research. And in some countries like South Africa, the private sector, whom we call industry, make a contribution to research at the rate of 40%. So some countries such as Mozambique, Burkina Faso, Uganda receive more than 50% of their research and development from foreign countries. And I saw the statistics from Makerere University, which showed that over 50% of that funding for research was from foreign donors. Next, please. Now, when you want to find out which areas are funded for research, we have them summarized here: health, energy and environment, material science, space sciences. And these are areas that are likely to be based on this funding of these subject areas are likely to be collaborations of large multidisciplinary teams that are based on internationally and in Africa. But if you reflect on this, I don't know which areas. I am an educationist, so education is not a priority area to fund, but there's something that we learn when we see the countries or the subject areas. You will see that these donors are the ones that set the agenda and they fund those subjects or disciplines that they think are important for their country's development. And this should be an area of concern for us as researchers. Next. Now, the limitations, there is a challenge actually when we rely on foreign funding. It is when this funding is reduced, then research in Africa suffers a great deal. We have recently had a new president in the United States who has really cut funding. We have had him threaten even to withdraw from the World Health Organization, from the UN, all this. He cut funding to USAID in Kenya, and the people were worried. So we find that according to Omungo 2018, cited by Jackson and others, they reported that only about 2% of African researchers from a few countries and research areas reported receiving large grants over $1 million for their research. So this reliance on foreign funding poses a challenge to us. And another point to note is that foreign funders set the agenda to support their national agenda, ignoring African priorities. I think I've alluded to that in the previous slide. So again, if you want to develop or build the capacity of early career researchers in Africa, like the undergraduate research that Professor Osman talked about, you will see that this cannot be a priority of foreign or donor funding. So there's need for us to think about how to fund undergraduate research and early career researchers. Next. Next, please. Okay. All right, where are we? Now, given the background that I have created the scenario, we want to say that it is not all doom and gloom for us. There have been various interventions geared towards improving funding for research. And there was a creation of the Alliance for Accelerating Excellence in Research in Africa, ESSA, created in 2015. Which was a partnership between the African Academy of Sciences and the African Union Development Agency. And its mission is to mobilize funding, manage continent-wide research programs, and it uses what they call the 6 Ps model, which emphasizes people, places, programs, policies, processes, practices, and partnerships. I thought this was very interesting. And another effort or intervention has been the creation of Coalition for African Research and Innovation. And then, which was created to support science, technology, and innovation and mobilize funding. There is also the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, ARISE, which is an innovative research and innovation support program of the African Academy of Sciences. But you can see that even these groups or interventions are funded by the European Union and the Carnegie Corporation of New York. But also in specific countries, we have had increasingly the establishment of national commissions for science and technology and national research funds. I'm sure Uganda has, Kenya has, NACOSTI, and these are also attempts to mobilize and manage research funding in Africa. Next. Now, building partnerships. I think this now brings us to the core of this presentation. And we have an observation or a note to make that studies analyzing research over a number of decades have shown that the best scientific knowledge is produced through international research collaboration. Yeah, so the challenges we have alluded before, like inadequate resources for research and funding, call for the building of partnerships and collaboration. And when you think about research partnership or collaboration, it has been defined as the working together of researchers to achieve the common goal of producing new scientific knowledge. So in partnerships, researchers pool their human capital for the objective of producing knowledge. And partnerships can take various forms. You can have university-industry collaboration or partnership, research groups in an academic department or college. Academic departments in a university can have a partnership, academic institutions in the same region, and academic institutions in different geographic regions. That is the various forms of partnership that you can build. Next. Why is it important to build partnerships? There are a few points that have necessitated this. There is the first one that we emphasize is the need for interdisciplinary approach to research. Whereas specialization is good it can lead to professional isolation in knowledge silos. So we have said that major scientific advances and discoveries are functions of research collaborations as well as interdisciplinary work. Another reason why we need to build partnerships, we have said, is limited funding. But there's also something else, like when we have the fourth industrial revolution and the 21st century skills, somebody called Adams talks about the fourth age of research era, whereby bilateral partnerships have increased the number of international research collaborations. Now, if you see many grant proposals that are being called out, you will see that they emphasize interdisciplinary teams that look at a research problem from different perspectives. But there are also some developments that have made it possible for us to build partnerships, improvements in global transportation systems. Now people can travel by road, air, and rail more easily. ICT plays an important role. Now I'm attending this conference from the USA, and people are from North Africa all over. So this makes it communication easier and faster. I know as we are in the presentation, I'm chatting with Nelson, telling him what is this happening and so on. This makes it easier for us to build partnerships. There is low research partnerships in Africa because, again, research has shown that intra-regional collaboration between researchers across Africa has only accounts for 15% of all global partnerships. So indicating that networking and partnership between African academics needs to be prioritized. Next. There are a number of benefits that accrue from building partnerships. For example, when we listened to Dr. Friday, he was talking about high impact journals and publications and the bias that we experience as authors from Africa. Now, international or building a partnership, international recognition of research outputs through publication in high impact journals internationally is a benefit. There is data to show that co-authored papers are more highly cited because the authors are more likely to be doing excellent research. Yeah, so you will see that when we partner Global South, Global North, we will get access to these journals. Also, collaborations or partnerships promote multidimensional approaches to dealing with complex issues, multiple perspectives, which provide a richness of theoretical approaches and a number of potential interventions. Now, the cost sharing again, the partnerships allow us to pool the limited resources that we have to accomplish our research objectives. Next. So it is not all glossy or a bed of roses to build partnerships. There are challenges or limitations that we are likely to encounter in our attempt to build the partnerships. It is a time-consuming process in the preparation of the proposal, applying for grants, attending meetings, executing the research objective, collecting data, and so on. I'm telling you, in Africa, given the bureaucracy that is in our institutions, I have been trying to develop a grant proposal that Nelson knows about. And when I invited him to collaborate, he put up beautiful names of the professors, some of this in the conference here. And the proposal requires that people register to the Spencer Foundation before they can apply. And the deadline is next week on Wednesday. We are worried. But as I'm talking to you now, I'm anxious because some universities in Kenya and my partners, collaborators have not issued the supporting letters. I've been following a letter of support from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development for the last 3 weeks and up to now. So it is a very discouraging sometimes, and it takes a lot of time. Consensus building among the varying and divergent interdisciplinary frameworks and methodologies, it requires one to have good negotiation and interpersonal skills to build a partnership. There are power relations. Some people, and I'm sure Nelson is smiling where he is, we have talked about power relations. Sometimes if you are a junior member of staff and you want to approach the vice chancellor or somebody senior in the institution to tell them about your proposal, the bureaucracy, the gatekeeping for you to access, you don't know whether to text them on WhatsApp or to call them. Even within ourselves, within our institutions, the power relations become complicated if you are doing a partnership with somebody in North America and you are in Africa. So our over-reliance, because we rely on their funding, it weakens our power to negotiate on equal footing. So sometimes we are given little money, we end up doing a lot of work. The limited resources is a challenge. Again, we can't emphasize this enough. According to the UNESCO report 2015, international research and research capacity partnerships were primarily academic exchanges and doctoral training for African researchers in the global north, and South-South collaborations were rare. So currently we find people going to be trained for their PhD, but we don't see adequate research partnerships. Research culture in most of our institutions, I have come to the conclusion, sadly, that most of our universities in Africa are teaching universities. As a professor, instead of concentrating in research, at Kirinyaga University, I teach 700 undergraduate students. In one time, I have 200 in a class. So this is not what happens in the West. When you attain the rank of full professor like I have, you are relieved or you have teaching assistants to help you with the grading and so on, whereas you are supposed to be concentrating on research. But our universities, given the inadequate funding we receive from government, for your information, Kenyan universities have declared a strike because we haven't been paid. We are not paid well, but even the little, we are not being paid well. So you find that they value more of recruiting more students without having the adequate faculty to teach. So we are basically teaching professors in African universities. Next, please. Now, I don't think I have the solutions to these challenges, but it is good manners to make some suggestions at the end of the presentation. that increased research funding is needed. We need to follow up our government's commitment to increasing their GDP on R&D, building research capacity and research leadership among African researchers in terms of grant writing and building partnership. We need to be trained on how to write good grant proposals, how to partner with each other. Now, there is need to promote South-South collaborations as the already created institutions that I talked to, the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa, the Alliance for Accelerating Excellence in Research in Africa, Coalition, all these things. We need to really be sensitized about their existence and also see how we can work with them. In conclusion, I think the next slide has my conclusion. I want to say that research plays an important role in society development to accelerate research that is excellent, nurture innovation, build bridges with policymakers, and promote research leadership in Africa. There is need for increased funding for research, identifying, building, and nurturing partnerships within entities who share mutual aspirations cannot be overemphasized. When properly managed, partnerships provide a vast reservoir of resources, including funding, expertise, and sources for interdisciplinary and multidimensional research in Africa. I think I'm very happy with the way I've concluded. The next slide has the references I've referred to, but I can't finish without acknowledging the good selection of presenters or facilitators in this workshop. I think I've learned very well. The topics that were selected were very good, and I congratulate the university for doing that. Thank you very much, and I'm happy for your time and listening to me. Thank you.
Biyamono sana, Dr. Kerubo. Biyamono sana, that's thank you so much, members. I'm just shocked that Dr. Kerubo speaks the same language that I do. I'm Edwin Nyachwara Mubeg from Nyamira County in Kenya, but I work with Metropolitan International University, the Department of Kiswahili in the Faculty of Education, and I also head the Kiswahili department at UBC TV, the national broadcaster. Thank you so much, Professor Kerubo, for your good presentation. You have looked at so many areas. It was very difficult to stop you because you being the last presenter, and then the areas you were touching now, they were, oh my God, it was becoming hard to say stop. Yeah, she has taken us through the fields that are funded mostly in Africa. Education, we need to do a lot. And also in our presentation, most of the funding teams are from the other side of the world. She has taken us through opportunities, the P's, the 6 P's model. I liked that. She also emphasized on the intervention, opportunities, and how we can do it. Thank you so much. I'm very sure that through Nelson, we are able to access all the presentations of today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Nelson, one of the organizers of this research conference that has been a success, to come and speak to us, give vote of thanks before we conclude. Nelson, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Edwin. I'm really so much humbled and pleased to talk to these great programs here. Allow me to thank each and every key speaker that has spoken today, starting from Dr. Renato Julius, who is our Vice Chancellor. Then we had Professor Emmanuel, my friend from Chigai. We had very many, up to Professor Jane, my friend in Kenya. So I'm really so much humbled and really honored that you've really made it today and you've really honored our invitation. It wasn't because of your love, sure, this wasn't going to be happening. So It's really something great that we cannot forget. We really thank the participants. It's because of good people like you that we really made it a successful one today. So we really love you and we really appreciate it and everything you do for us. And we pray that may you keep on showing us this kind of love, and we really do our best as we're also trying to make your days so glorious. So we thank the management of Metropolitan International University, headed by the Vice Chancellor, Anaitwe Joyous. Really, you've done so much for us. It's not something easy. Sometimes it sounds like something easy, but organizing all these great people and they come and talk to us, really, it's not something joking. So we are so much humbled that you've really accepted and this session has really happened today. Allow me thank the university secretary. I think he's a bit engaged right now, but I know his heart is with us. But we really thank him for the support and each and everything he has done for us. We are much humbled and really appreciative for each and everything he's doing in our Department of Research. When I'm concluding, allow me welcome the Vice Chancellor, say maybe his words of appreciation to all these people, then we close the session.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, all the facilitators. It has been educating. What we are going to do is to organize the conference notes into a journal, then we shall share for the purposes of documenting this great milestone. We want to thank you. I hope those who have been with us, you are not the same as you entered this conference, login credentials. We hope them. May God bless. Over to the moderator to conclude the meeting.
Thank you so much, Prof, for those wonderful closing remarks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Metropolitan International University, for the opportunity to have this conference take place. Thank you for all participants who have taken part in this historical event and all the presenters across the world. I will not speak a lot. I really thank you for giving me a chance to moderate this event. And I'm sure from what end with a prayer. Our loving Father, will continue in everything. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen and amen. Thank you so much, people. God bless you. Good evening.
Good evening.